In the coal-dusted hollows of eastern Kentucky, whispers followed Luana Mooney like a cold mountain fog. Death was her constant companion. One husband died in a fiery car crash. Another, from a gunshot wound, ruled a suicide. A lover was consumed by a house fire that left her miraculously unscathed. Was she the unluckiest woman in all of Appalachia, cursed by some dark mountain hex? Or was the simple, tired-looking woman a calculating predator, collecting insurance policies like funeral bouquets? Today, we separate the chilling facts from the folk legend to uncover the truth behind the woman they called the Black Widow. To understand the darkness that followed, you first have to understand the world that Luana and her first husband, Jim Muncie, inhabited in the early 1970s. Pike County, Kentucky, was a land of stark contrasts. Breathtaking mountains, ancient and stoic, cradled valleys choked with the grit of the coal industry. The air itself seemed heavy, a mix of damp earth, wood smoke, and the ever-present metallic tang of the mines. Life here was carved out of the rock, and it was just as unyielding. Jim Muncie was a product of this world, an ordinary man, which in Pike County meant he was extraordinarily tough. He likely spent his days deep in the earth, his face permanently smudged with coal dust, his hands calloused and strong. He was the kind of man who worked without complaint, because complaining didn't pay the bills or put food on the table. His dreams were probably simple: a steady paycheck, a warm house, and seeing his children grow up with a little more opportunity than he had. He was the backbone of Appalachia, the silent, hard-working man upon which everything was built. In this life, Luana was the quintessential miner's wife. From the outside, she fit the mold perfectly. She kept a home, raised a family, and bore the quiet anxieties that came with loving a man who worked in one of the most dangerous professions on earth. Neighbors saw a plain, unassuming woman, her face etched with the same weary resignation as so many others in the holler. She was part of the community, another soul bound to the rhythm of the mine whistle and the slow turning of the seasons. But the hollers are more than just collections of houses. They are intricate webs of observation. Nothing goes unseen. Every family's struggle, every hushed argument, every small joy is noted and filed away in the collective memory of the community. People survived by leaning on each other, but that closeness meant there were no secrets. The community was a safety net, but it could also be a cage where everyone knew your past and watched your future. And beneath the surface of this hardscrabble existence, a dangerous current flowed. In a world where a man's life was a daily gamble against collapsing rock and failing equipment, death was never a stranger. It was a practical matter. Life insurance wasn't an abstract financial tool. It was often the only legacy a man could leave his family, the one final payday earned with his very life. And for a mind that saw the world not as it was, but as a series of problems to be solved, this grim reality held a terrible, hidden logic. Little did anyone know, Luana Mooney wasn't just living in this world, she was studying it. After Jim Muncie's car plunged into that ravine, the initial reaction in the holler was exactly what you'd expect, a wave of genuine, heartfelt sympathy. Casseroles appeared on Luana's doorstep. Neighbors offered to watch the children. The church ladies spoke in hushed, sorrowful tones about the poor widow. In Appalachia, community is the bedrock of survival, and when one of their own falls, everyone feels the tremor. Luana played the part of the grieving widow well, her face a mask of quiet devastation. But memories in the mountains are as long as a winter's night, and observation is a finely honed skill. The first whispers weren't accusations, they were just questions. A few of the older men who'd known Jim his whole life scratched their beards and wondered aloud how a man who knew those treacherous roads like the back of his hand could have made such a fatal mistake. The talk was quiet, confined to front porches after sundown, but it was there. Then came the matter of the insurance. No one begrudged a widow her due, but the speed with which Luana settled the claim raised an eyebrow or two. It seemed too efficient, too businesslike for a woman supposedly crippled by grief. The most potent silence came from the Muncie clan itself. Families in these parts are fiercely loyal, woven together by blood and shared hardship. They closed ranks, supporting Jim's children, but a subtle coldness was directed at their mother. Perhaps they remembered old arguments over money, or the way Luana seemed to pull Jim away from his kin. They never said a word against her publicly. That wasn't the way. But their support felt obligatory, their embraces lacking warmth. They watched her, their gazes heavy with an unspoken history that only they knew. This fertile ground of quiet doubt was all it took for rumors to take root and grow like kudzu. Whispers began to slither through the community, each retelling adding a new, darker detail. I heard they were fighting something awful the night before the crash, someone might say at the general store. Heard he was talking about leaving her, another might add. There was no proof, no evidence for any of it. But in a place where gossip travels faster than a telephone call, truth and speculation soon became hopelessly entangled. The sympathy began to curdle into suspicion. Every word was another dry twig laid carefully at Luana's doorstep, just waiting for a spark. A few years passed, and the quiet murmurs about Jim Muncey's death might have faded into the background hum of mountain life. But Luana made a move so audacious it snapped the community to attention. She found comfort, and then a new husband, in the arms of Norman Muncey, her late husband's cousin. In a place where bloodlines are sacred and certain boundaries are never crossed, this union was a scandal. It felt wrong, a violation of memory and respect that sent a jolt through the Muncey clan and the entire holler. Norman, however, seemed blissfully unaware of the shadow he was stepping into. He was a man clearly smitten and perhaps a little naive. He started talking, bragging to his buddies over a beer after a long shift. He told them how Luana had taken out a new life insurance policy on him, a policy for a sum that was staggering by Pike County standards. He'd laugh it off, saying, "She just loves me so much, she's terrified of losing me." To his friends, hearing those words, a cold dread began to settle in. It sounded less like a term of endearment and more like a valuation. Then came the day the laughing stopped. Norman Muncey was found dead in their trailer. The official report delivered a verdict that was clinical, simple, and to everyone who lived there, utterly unbelievable. Suicide. A single gunshot wound. But the official story crumbled the second it hit the grapevine. The rumor, spreading like wildfire from the first person who saw the body to the last person in the county, was that the wound wasn't where a man could put it himself. The old-timers in Pikeville shook their heads, their faces grim. "A man don't shoot himself in the back of the head," they'd say, their voices low and certain. This was the point of no return. The death of Jim Muncey had been a question mark. The death of Norman Muncey was an exclamation point. The community's unspoken verdict was delivered. Luana was no longer just an unlucky widow. She was something else, something to be feared. The whispers about a curse were replaced by a chilling certainty of something far more human and far more sinister. The law might have closed the case, but in the court of mountain opinion, the first drops of blood had stained Luana Mooney's hands, and the stain was never going to wash out. By the time Luana took up with Curtis Copley, the cloud of suspicion around her had grown dark and heavy. They lived together in a dilapidated house on the edge of town, a place that seemed to sag under the weight of its own decay. It was the kind of house that old-timers would say had a misery about it, where the floorboards groaned with untold stories and the windows looked out like vacant eyes. For Curtis, it was just a place to live. For Luana, it was a stage for her next and most terrifying act. On the afternoon before the fire, a neighbor saw something strange. Luana was making trips from the house to an old shed out back, carrying boxes and bundles wrapped in blankets. The neighbor didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe she was just cleaning out some old junk. But the image stuck in her mind. The methodical way Luana moved, her face a blank, unreadable mask. It wasn't the hurried work of spring cleaning. It was the careful, deliberate action of someone salvaging valuables from a sinking ship. That night, the house didn't just catch fire, it exploded. One moment, there was the quiet dark of the holler. The next, a roar as the old, dry wood surrendered to the flames. The house went up like a paper lantern soaked in kerosene, tearing a furious orange hole in the night sky. Windows burst, sending showers of glass into the yard. The heat was so intense it buckled the tin roof, which peeled back with a scream of tortured metal. It wasn't just a fire, it was an erasure. And then came the figure running down the dirt road, a woman in a nightgown, her silhouette framed against the inferno. It was Luana, her voice a piercing shriek, crying for help, for someone to save Curtis. She was the picture of terror and desperation, collapsing into the arms of the first neighbors to arrive, her body racked with sobs. She told a frantic story of waking up to smoke and heat, of barely managing to jump from a window as the floor gave way behind her. A miraculous escape. When the volunteer fire truck finally arrived, there was nothing they could do but watch the structure collapse in on itself, hissing and spitting into a smoldering pile of black bones. They poured water on the glowing embers, the steam rising into the night like departing ghosts. It took hours for the scene to cool enough for them to search the ruins. Inside, amidst the charred timbers and ash, they found what was left of Curtis Copley. He was discovered in the remains of his bed, a blackened shape that was barely recognizable as human. The question hung in the smoky air, unspoken, but felt by everyone there. Why didn't he run? Why didn't he even try to get out? The fire had been a monster, but it hadn't been silent. Yet Curtis had never moved. The whispers that followed were no longer whispers. They were spoken aloud, in tones of dread and certainty. People remembered the boxes Luana had moved. They replayed her frantic performance on the road, and it now seemed hollow, rehearsed. The talk of the evil eye returned, the legend of the woman who brought death to any man who shared her bed. Luana Mooney was no longer just a woman followed by tragedy. She was the tragedy itself, a walking, breathing folktale of Appalachian horror. The sun rose on a black, jagged wound in the heart of the holler. Where Curtis Copley's house had stood was now just a steaming skeletal ruin. The smell of wet ash and finality clung to the morning air. Investigators, what few the county had, poked through the debris, their faces grim. They found the remains of a wood stove, some twisted bed springs, and the charred remnants of a simple life. The fire had been too hot, too complete. It had consumed everything, including any shred of concrete evidence. The official explanation, when it came, was a shrug of the shoulders in paper form. Faulty wiring, perhaps. A stray ember from the stove. In a land of old wooden houses and overworked wiring, it was a plausible and convenient conclusion. It was ruled a tragic accident. Case closed. The system, lacking the tools or the will to dig deeper, moved on. Luana Mooney collected another insurance payment, a modest sum for a house and a life that had been reduced to cinders. In the days that followed, Luana played her role to perfection. She was the shattered survivor, the woman haunted by loss, her voice a fragile whisper. But those watching her saw something else. They saw that her grief was a garment she put on in the morning and took off at night. Her eyes, when she thought no one was looking, were not filled with sorrow, but with a cold, clear focus. She was a woman with a plan, and the ashes of her old life were simply the foundation for her next one. The community rendered a different verdict. The whispers were over. Now there was a wall of silence. When Luana walked into the general store, conversations would cease. Mothers would pull their children a little closer. Men who might have once offered a polite nod now stared straight through her, their faces hard as granite. The silent shunning was a form of mountain justice, a way of casting someone out without ever laying a hand on them. She had become a ghost in her own town, a living pariah. She was now more legend than person. The Black Widow of Pikeville was a name spoken in hushed tones, a story told to frighten restless children and warn young men. She was the embodiment of the darkness that could hide behind a plain face, a boogeyman born from their own community. The fear was palpable. Who would be next? What man would be foolish enough to get tangled in her web? It seemed impossible, and yet, in the desperate poverty of Appalachia, there was always someone willing to take a gamble, someone who believed they could outsmart the devil herself. Michael Adkins didn't die. Wounded and bleeding, fueled by a primal will to live, he stumbled through the dark woods, every rustle of leaves sounding like his executioner returning. He finally collapsed on the doorstep of a remote house, his plea for help a ragged gasp. That desperate cry for help was the shot that finally broke the silence, the one that the law could not ignore. It reached the ears of Pike County Sheriff Charles Fuzzy Kesey, a man who had been carrying the weight of Luana's story for years. For Kesey, the rumors were more than just holler gossip. They were a series of ghosts he couldn't lay to rest. Michael Adkins, alive and talking, was the proof he had been waiting for. The hunt began immediately, but it wasn't for Luana. Kesey was smarter than that. He knew Luana was a fortress, her walls built of lies and feigned innocence. The weak point, the unlocked gate, was the hired help, Danny Lee Ross. Deputies found him easily. He wasn't a hardened criminal hiding in some mountain cave. He was a scared young man, haunted by what he had done, and he folded the moment the law cornered him. There was no fight left in him, only the sickening weight of his conscience. They brought Ross back to the sheriff's office, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and impending justice. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, away from Luana's influence, the dam of his fear finally burst. The story came pouring out in a torrent of guilt and terror. He told them everything. He described the cold, methodical way Luana had laid out the plan, her voice calm as she discussed the best way to kill her husband. He talked about the promise of money, a sum that must have seemed like a fortune to a young man with no prospects. He recounted the botched ambush, the look in Michael Adkins's eyes, and his own panicked flight. With every word Ross spoke, the web of rumor and myth that had protected Luana for a decade was being systematically dismantled and replaced by a cold, hard chain of evidence. Sheriff Kesey now had a confession, a motive, and a living victim. The ghosts of Norman Muncie and Curtis Copley and Jim Muncie now had a voice. The posse had been formed, not of men with rifles, but of sworn statements and legal warrants. The hunt for the Black Widow was finally on. The arrest itself was eerily quiet. There were no sirens, no dramatic showdown. The deputies pulled up to her small house, the place where she must have felt untouchable. They found her there, the picture of simple domesticity. But when she saw Sheriff Kesey at her door for the first time, a flicker of something other than grief or innocence crossed her face. It was the cold, flat look of a predator that knows it has been trapped. There was no struggle, no denial, no tears. She listened impassively as they read the charges, her hands held out for the cuffs as if she were merely accepting a package. As the cold steel clicked shut around her wrists, a silence fell over the holler. The hunt was over. The Black Widow was in a cage. The trial of Luana Mooney wasn't just a legal proceeding. It was an Appalachian spectacle. The old Pikeville courthouse, a building that had seen its share of feuds and moonshine cases, became the epicenter of the county's universe. Every day, the courtroom was packed to the rafters with people from every surrounding holler. They came not just to see justice done, but to get a look at the woman who had haunted their imaginations for over a decade. Armed deputies lined the walls, their presence a testament to the tension that crackled in the thick, un-air-conditioned room. This was more than a trial. It was a reckoning. The prosecution, led by a lawyer who understood the mountain psyche, methodically built their case, brick by damning brick. They laid out the timeline of death and profit. First Jim Muncie, then the insurance check, then Norman Muncie and a larger check, then Curtis Copley and another payout. Finally, the attempt on Michael Adkins. They painted a portrait of a ruthless predator who used men not for love or companionship, but as disposable assets in a long-term financial plan. With Danny Lee Ross's trembling confession and Michael Adkins's harrowing testimony from the stand, the prosecution locked the cage door. The defense attorneys had an impossible task. They couldn't deny the Adkins plot, so they tried to shift the blame, portraying Luana as a simple, uneducated woman who was the victim of a cruel fate and the manipulations of others. They attacked Ross's character, painting him as a liar, trying to save his own skin by implicating a poor, unfortunate widow. They tried to create a fog of reasonable doubt, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a handful of sand. Throughout it all, Luana Mooney sat at the defense table, a small, still figure at the center of the storm. She showed no fear, no remorse, no emotion at all. While witnesses described her cold-blooded plans and men recounted their near-death experiences, she just watched, her face a placid mask. Her silence was more chilling than any confession. It was the unnerving calm of someone who believed she was above the judgment of ordinary men. She was not a cornered animal. She was a queen observing a tedious, predictable ceremony. After the closing arguments, the jury filed out, and a heavy silence descended on the courtroom. The wait wasn't long. When they returned, the foreman, a stern-faced coal miner, wouldn't look at Luana. He handed the paper to the clerk, whose voice cut through the tension. On the charge of conspiracy to murder Michael Adkins, guilty. On the charge of murdering Norman Muncie, guilty. A collective breath was released in the room, not a cheer, but a deep, shuddering sigh of relief and finality. Luana Mooney was sentenced to life in prison, the law of men finally catching up to her. But was it truly justice? The court had spoken on two of her victims. The ghosts of Jim Muncie and Curtis Copley, however, remained in the legal shadows, their deaths officially ruled accidents. The law had delivered its precise, limited verdict. But the people of the mountains, who had watched and whispered for years, knew the full, terrible score. The Black Widow was caged, but the question would always linger in the hollows. Had the system truly delivered justice, or had it just closed the book on the final bloody chapter? Luana Mooney's story didn't end with the sound of a gavel. She was transferred to the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women, where she lived out the rest of her days in the sterile silence of a prison cell. For over 2 decades, she remained a cipher. She never confessed, never offered an apology, never gave any insight into the darkness that had driven her. She died in 2005, a quiet, anonymous end for a woman who had caused so much chaos. She took her secrets with her to a prison grave, leaving behind only a legacy of death and unanswered questions. The echoes of her life, however, still ripple through Pike County. Michael Adkins, the man who survived, became a reluctant legend. He was forever known as the one who got away, a living testament to Luana's evil and the one loose thread that unraveled her entire murderous tapestry. Her own children were also victims, forever branded by their mother's sins. Her son Danny, a pawn in her final failed plot, paid for his loyalty with a prison sentence of his own, his life irrevocably broken by the woman who should have protected him. The physical scars on the landscape have faded, but they haven't vanished. The old courthouse still stands in the center of Pikeville, and people will still point to its windows and say, "That's where they finally convicted the Black Widow." The treacherous mountain road where Jim Muncie died still claims cars in the winter ice. And if you ask the right old-timer, they can still show you the overgrown, empty patch of land where a house once burned to the ground, a place that feels colder than the surrounding woods, even on a summer day. But the most indelible trace Luana left behind is her name. In the hollows of eastern Kentucky, Luana Mooney is more than just a name. It's a cautionary tale, a piece of modern folklore. It's a shorthand for a heartless woman, a boogeyman used to warn men about who they trust. Her name has been woven into the very fabric of the place, a dark thread in a rich tapestry of mountain history. And in the old cemeteries, you can still find the weathered tombstones of her husbands, silent stone markers in a story of greed and murder. They stand as quiet, irrefutable proof that even though most of the world has forgotten, The mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning. Was Luanamuni a woman cursed by fate? Or was she a cold-blooded predator hiding in plain sight? The evidence leaves no room for doubt. There was no mountain hex, no evil eye. The curse was her own calculated greed, a chilling emptiness where a human heart should have been. But the more unsettling question is the one that has no easy answer. Was she born a monster, or was she forged in the crushing poverty of the coal fields? In a world where a man's life was often valued at little more than his next paycheck, perhaps she simply saw her husband's as another dark seam to be mined for profit. The story of the Black Widow of Pikeville is more than just a chilling true crime tale. It is a profoundly Appalachian story about the darkness that can fester behind a quiet, unassuming facade. It's a testament to the fact that for a full decade, the only justice her victims received was in the whispers of the community. The holler knew. The law needed a confession and a survivor, but the people, with their long memories and watchful eyes, had passed their verdict years earlier. It serves as a stark reminder that the most terrifying monsters don't lurk in the shadows of the deep woods. They sit on the front porch, they shop at the same store, and they know your name. This is a story of cruelty, yes, but it is also a story about the resilience of a place and its people. It's a story that has been absorbed by the very mountains that witnessed it all. A cautionary tale that will be told as long as there are campfires to gather around and cold nights to whisper in. The names on the tombstones will fade, but the echo of Luanamuni's reign of terror serves as a permanent warning. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. I'm standing on the banks of a slow-moving creek in the heart of Clay County, Kentucky. It's quiet here, peaceful. The only sounds are the rustle of leaves in the poplar trees and the gentle murmur of water flowing over smooth, grey stones. But this place holds a violent secret. If you stand here long enough and you listen past the wind, you can almost hear a different sound. The echo of a quiet morning being torn apart by a dozen rifles firing all at once. It was right here, on this ground, that one of the most feared men in Appalachian history drew his last breath. His name was Thomas Baker, but no one called him that. They called him Bad Tom. For years, he was a ghost in these hills, a peerless marksman who seemed untouchable. Today, we're going to piece together the lost story of how a man like that ended up here, ambushed and alone, with nothing in his hand but a bar of soap. We're here to listen to the whispers from the past. To understand the man, you have to understand the world that forged him. Let's wind the clock back, long before that morning at the creek, to the years after the Civil War. Clay County wasn't a peaceful place then. It was a hornet's nest. The war between the states hadn't washed this land clean. It had just given old grudges a new flag to hide behind. Neighbor had fought neighbor in brutal guerrilla bands, and when the official armies went home, the bitterness remained, thick and suffocating as the summer fog in these hollers. In this world, the law from the state capital was a distant rumor. The real law was kinship. Your family name was your shield, your jury, and your executioner. A man's honor wasn't just a word. It was the most valuable thing he owned, and an insult was a debt that could only be paid in blood. This was a land of hard men, where disputes were settled not with lawsuits, but with long rifles and steady hands. At the center of this world stood the Howard clan. They were a powerful family, deeply rooted in the soil of Clay County, their influence tied to the wealth of the Goose Creek Salt Works. They were proud, numerous, and saw themselves as the rightful leaders of the region. They were men who expected respect and were quick to answer any perceived challenge to their authority. To them, the county had a natural order, and they were at the top of it. And then there was Thomas Baker. He was a different kind of force, a Union veteran who had walked through the fire of the war and come out the other side harder than mountain stone. He wasn't loud or boastful. He was a man of few words, with what people called a cold, glittering eye that seemed to look right through you. He was a hunter, and his time in the army had perfected his aim to a terrifying degree. He moved with a quiet confidence that some saw as arrogance, a challenge to the old ways. You could feel the tension crackle in the air on court days in Manchester. The Howards and their kin would stand on one side of the dusty street, and Tom Baker and his family would stand on the other. They were like two storm fronts gathering on opposite sides of a valley, dark and heavy with unspoken threats. Everyone knew it wasn't a matter of if the storm would break, but when. All it would take was a single spark to ignite an inferno that would consume them all. Feuds like this don't just appear out of thin air. They start with a single moment, a single choice. But the real reason, the human reason, often gets buried under decades of hearsay and legend. To find the truth, you have to dig. So I went to the local archives, to the place where old stories go to be forgotten, and I started scrolling through the ghosts of old newspapers on a dusty microfilm reader. After hours of searching, I found it. It's not much to look at. A faded column in an 1888 edition of a local paper, the text blurry at the edges. The headline is simple, almost sterile. Man shot and killed at logging camp. There's no picture, just a few short paragraphs. But this small, forgotten piece of newsprint is the Rosetta Stone of the Baker-Howard feud. The article reports that a man named Abner Eversole was killed by Thomas Baker following a dispute. It mentions cards and it mentions liquor. But the key detail, the one that tells you this wasn't just some drunken brawl, is Eversole's family name. He was a Howard kinsman. This wasn't a murder, it was an assassination. This small article is the official declaration of war, printed in black and white for all the world to see. But this yellowed paper, for all its facts, leaves the most important question unanswered. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. What was the argument really about? The paper just says a dispute, but a dispute doesn't start a war that will last for over a decade and claim dozens of lives. To find that answer, we have to go back to the logging camp itself and listen to what the official record left out. Let's travel back to that logging camp in 1888. Picture a rough-hewn bunkhouse, smelling of pine sap, sweat, and cheap whiskey. A game of cards is underway by lantern light, a circle of hard men who worked with their hands all day and gambled with their pay at night. On one side of the table sat Tom Baker, on the other, Abner Eversole and a few of his Howard cousins. The air was already thick with a tension that had little to do with the cards being dealt. The game got heated, as it always did when liquor and pride were on the table. An argument started over a disputed pot. Eversole, maybe feeling brave with his kinsman beside him, pointed a finger at Baker and accused him of cheating. The other men fell silent. It was a dangerous accusation to level against any man in that camp, but to say it to Tom Baker was like throwing a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. But it wasn't just about the cards. A darker rumor had been festering in the county for weeks, a whisper that Tom Baker had stolen a pig from a Howard family homestead. In a place where livestock was a family's wealth and a man's reputation was everything, this was the gravest of insults. It branded him a common thief. And now, in the middle of the tense bunkhouse, Eversole made the fatal mistake of saying the quiet part out loud. He threw the accusation of the stolen pig right in Baker's face. The room went dead still. This was the moment, the point of no return. Tom Baker didn't shout. He didn't curse. He simply pushed his chair back and stood up. In a voice that was low and steady, a voice colder than a winter creek, he looked Eversole in the eye, denied the charge, and demanded he take it back. For a long second, Abner Eversole had a choice: swallow his pride and live, or stand his ground and die. Emboldened by his friends and the whiskey burning in his gut, he made his choice. He refused to apologize, and his hand went for the pistol at his belt. He never cleared the holster. Baker's draw was a single fluid motion, a flash of steel and a deafening roar that shook the tiny bunkhouse. Abner Eversole crumpled to the floor. The card game was over. And the story behind that brief newspaper article was written in blood. Paper records and newspaper clippings can only tell you so much. They give you the bones of a story, but not the heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. I found James Baker sitting on the front porch of his small house, tucked away on a ridge overlooking the same hills his infamous ancestor once roamed. He's a man in his 80s now, with his great-grandfather's clear, steady eyes and hands weathered by a lifetime of working this land. He offered me a seat and listened patiently as I explained what I was doing. He'd heard it all before, from reporters, from authors, from curious outsiders. He nodded slowly, a tired smile playing on his lips. "You've been reading the books," he said, his voice a low Appalachian drawl. "They all talk about a stolen pig. They make my great-grandfather out to be a common thief who killed a man over a card game. That's the story the Howards wanted everyone to believe. It's cleaner that way." Then he leaned forward in his rocking chair, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that spanned a century. "But the story my father told me, the one his father told him, is different. There was no stolen pig. That was a lie, a slander cooked up by the Howards because Tom was becoming too well respected, and they couldn't stand it. They wanted to tear down his name. My great-grandfather," he continued, his voice dropping, "was not a man who started fights, but he was damn sure a man who finished them. In that logging camp, Abner Eversole didn't just accuse him of stealing. He'd been drinking, and he got mean. He looked Tom square in the face, and he said something vile about his wife, Mary. An insult so foul that in those days, for a man to say that about another man's wife, there was only one possible answer. It wasn't a choice, it was a duty." Hearing him say that, the whole story shifted. The dusty newspaper article felt hollow, incomplete. This wasn't a feud over property or a card game. According to the Baker family, this was about a sacred line being crossed. A husband defending his wife's honor in the only way his world understood. Suddenly, Tom Baker wasn't just a killer. He was an avenger. Let's go back inside that cramped, smoky bunkhouse. The argument over the cards and the stolen pig was just the kindling. Abner Eversole, full of liquor and backed by his kin, decided to throw gasoline on the fire. He looked Tom Baker dead in the eye, and the words that came out of his mouth were not about cheating or theft. They were a vile personal attack aimed squarely at Tom's wife, Mary. It was a poisoned dart of an insult designed to strip a man of his dignity in front of his peers, to stain the one thing in his life he held sacred. The air in the room was sucked out in an instant. The other men froze, their eyes wide. This was no longer a squabble. This was a line being crossed, a taboo violated. In the code of the mountains, you could challenge a man's strength, his word, even his life. But you did not speak ill of his wife. To do so was to invite death to your door. Everyone in that room knew that Abner Eversole had just signed his own death warrant. Tom Baker's reaction was terrifying in its stillness. There was no explosion of rage, no shouted curses. A deep, cold calm settled over him. He slowly pushed his chair back from the rough plank table and rose to his full height. His face was a mask of stone, and that glittering eye of his was fixed on Eversole, not with anger, but with a kind of finality, like a judge who has already passed sentence. In a voice that cut through the silence, he said, "Take it back." It wasn't a request, it was an order. One last chance to step back from the abyss. But Eversole was trapped. His pride, the whiskey, and the watching eyes of his cousins had him in a corner. To back down now would be to live with the shame forever. He likely let out a sneer, a drunken laugh, and doubled down on his insult. His hand, clumsy and slow, dropped to the butt of his pistol. It was the last mistake he would ever make. Before Eversole's fingers could even get a proper grip, Tom Baker's hand moved. It wasn't a frantic motion. It was a blur of practiced economy, a movement he had honed in the chaos of war and the solitude of the hunt. The gunshot wasn't just a sound. It was a physical blow that slammed into the walls of the small room. Abner Eversole was thrown backward, the look of shock permanently etched on his face as he hit the floor. Tom Baker stood for a moment in the ringing silence, the smoke curling from the barrel of his revolver. He didn't look at the other men. He simply holstered his weapon, turned, and walked out into the night. He knew what he had just done. He hadn't just ended a man's life. He had sounded the first trumpet of a long and bloody war. From that moment on, there would be no apologies, no truces, and no peace. There would only be the feud. The killing of Abner Eversole lit the fuse. What followed was an explosion of violence that turned Clay County into a war zone. The feud spilled out of the isolated hollers and into the streets, and the epicenter of it all was right here, where I'm standing now, the town square in Manchester. Today, it's a peaceful place. Cars pass by, people go in and out of the shops. It's hard to imagine it as anything else. But if you walk with me over to the old courthouse, a proud red brick building that has seen more history than any person alive, and you run your hand along the wall facing the street, you'll feel it. The surface isn't smooth. It's dotted with small dark pockmarks, little craters where the brick has been chipped away. Most people probably walk past these scars every day and never give them a second thought. But these aren't from weather or age. Right here. This is where it happened. Each of these marks is a silent testament to the chaos, a bullet hole left from a day when this town square was a free fire zone. This place, the very symbol of law and order in the county, became a hunting ground. The courthouse steps were turned into a fortress, and men used wagons and street corners as cover while they waged their private war in public, with no regard for who was caught in the crossfire. We're about to go back to one of those days, to a moment when the gunfire was so intense, its echoes are still trapped in this very brick. Imagine a stiflingly hot court day in Manchester. The town square is crowded, but it's a tense, watchful crowd. The unwritten rule on these days was that the town itself was neutral ground, but nobody believed it. Men with rifles leaned against porch posts, their eyes never still. The Bakers and their allies gathered near the livery stable. The Howards and their faction stood in a tight knot on the courthouse steps, a clear claim to the seat of power. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The spark came in the most ordinary way. A Howard man coming down the steps bumped hard into a Baker cousin going up. Words were exchanged, a curse muttered under the breath. A hand moved instinctively toward a pistol grip, not to draw, but as a warning. It was a fatal gesture. A sharp crack echoed off the brick facade, and the first man stumbled backward, a look of disbelief on his face. In a heartbeat, the square erupted. It wasn't a battle, it was a maelstrom of chaos, the deep boom of rifles mixed with the sharp bark of revolvers. Men who had been neighbors dove for cover behind horse troughs and wooden wagons, which offered little protection. Wood splintered, and the high-pitched whine of ricochets filled the air. Puffs of red dust exploded from the courthouse wall as stray bullets found their mark, carving the very scars we can still see today. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder and fear. From the center of it all, Wilson Howard, the patriarch of his clan, tried to bring order to the chaos, shouting directions to his men. He was a commanding figure, a rock in the middle of a violent storm. He stood his ground, a symbol of his family's defiance and power, directing the fire from the top of the stone steps. It made him a leader. It also made him a target. Across the square, from the relative safety of a doorway, Tom Baker raised his long rifle. He was not a man for chaotic firefights. He was a hunter, a marksman. For him, this wasn't a brawl. It was a series of calculations. He rested the barrel, took a breath to steady his hands, and squeezed the trigger. There was no wasted motion. A single, heavier crack cut through the din. Wilson Howard, who a moment before had been a pillar of command, suddenly stiffened. His rifle slipped from his grasp, clattering on the stone steps. He didn't cry out. He simply looked down at his own chest with a look of profound surprise before he folded, collapsing in a heap at the feet of his kin. The sight of their fallen leader broke the Howards' charge. A stunned silence fell over their side of the fight. The firing sputtered and died out as they rushed to drag his body out of the line of fire, their retreat a panicked scramble. The Bakers held their ground, watching them go. The fight was over as suddenly as it had begun. All that was left was the thick blue haze of smoke hanging in the silent air, the glint of brass casings on the dusty ground, and the new dark holes in the courthouse wall. After a storm of violence like the one that swept through Manchester, the official machinery of the law begins to grind, slowly and often ineffectively. And it leaves behind a paper trail. I'm holding a copy of the coroner's inquest into the death of Wilson Howard. It's a formal document, written in a looping bureaucratic script that tries to impose order on a day of pure chaos. You read through the dry, legalistic language, and it feels like it's describing a different event entirely. It lists the deceased, Wilson Howard. It notes the location, the town square. Then you get to the most important part, the cause of death. It simply says, "Deceased came to his end by means of a gunshot wound." That's it. A few simple words to sanitize a brutal public execution. There's no mention of the dozens of other shots fired, of the terror, of the fact that the town's main street was turned into a battlefield. Then you look at the indictments that were handed down by the grand jury in the following weeks. And there, among a list of names from the Baker clan, is the one that mattered most. Thomas Baker. On this piece of paper, he's just another name, a defendant in a murder case. The document doesn't tell you that he was a legend, that his single calculated shot had decapitated the rival clan in broad daylight. It reduces the most dramatic moment of the entire feud to a line of ink on a page. This is the official truth, the version of the story that's written down in the county archives. But it's a sterile, bloodless truth. It's a lie by omission. Because in the mountains of Clay County, an indictment from a courthouse in Manchester was one thing. Getting a man like Tom Baker to stand for trial was another thing entirely. The law had pointed its finger at him, and now it had to come into the hills and get him. That piece of paper, the indictment, was a challenge. And so the law, slow and uncertain, sent a posse into the hills to retrieve Tom Baker. But this was not their world. They were men of the town, sent into a labyrinth of creeks and hollers where every tree could hide a rifleman and every shadow felt like a threat. They were hunting a legend in his own kingdom, and they knew it. Tom Baker wasn't hiding. He was simply gone, absorbed back into the landscape that had made him. The posse would ride for days, finding nothing but cold campfires and tracks that vanished on stony ground. The locals they questioned would meet their eyes with a vacant, unhelpful stare. No one had seen Tom Baker. No one knew anything. But the posse felt his presence everywhere. They felt it in the snap of a twig in the woods just beyond their camp at night, in the unnerving silence of the forest. They weren't the hunters here. They were the hunted, trespassing in a land that answered to a different authority. The manhunt was a failure before it even began. Then, just as the law was about to give up, Tom Baker did the last thing anyone expected. He walked out of the hills on his own. He strode into the center of Manchester, his rifle held loosely in the crook of his arm, and turned himself in to the sheriff. It wasn't a surrender, it was a strategic move. He knew he couldn't be caught, but living as a fugitive put his family in constant danger. By facing the court, he was taking control of the narrative, daring the system to try and hold him. The trial was a spectacle of fear. The small courthouse was packed, but it was divided down the middle like a church at a funeral. On one side sat the Baker clan, their faces hard and unreadable, their hands never far from the pistols concealed beneath their coats. On the other side sat the Howards, their eyes burning with a cold fire of hatred and grief. Between them sat a terrified judge and a jury of 12 local men who knew with absolute certainty that their decision would have consequences far beyond the courtroom walls. Witnesses mumbled, their memories suddenly foggy. Evidence seemed to disappear. The prosecution's case, so clear on paper, began to fall apart under the crushing weight of unspoken threats. The jury didn't deliberate for long. They were farmers and merchants, not martyrs. They had to live in this county. When they filed back in, the foreman wouldn't look at the Howard family. In a quiet, nervous voice, he delivered the verdict: not guilty. The shooting of Wilson Howard was ruled an act of self-defense. A low murmur went through the room. Tom Baker stood, nodded once to the jury, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, his legal innocence now as much a part of his legend as his marksmanship. The Howards were left with nothing but rage. The law had failed them. Their patriarch was dead, and his killer had walked away without consequence. They knew then that if they wanted justice, they would have to get it themselves, not with indictments, but with bullets. Every story eventually ends in the same place. I'm standing in a quiet cemetery on a hillside just outside Manchester. The wind whispers through the cedar trees, and the old tombstones lean at odd angles, their inscriptions softened and blurred by a century of rain and sun. This is where the old names of Clay County come to rest. The names of farmers, merchants, mothers, children, and the names of feuding warriors. Over here, beneath a thick, respectable slab of granite, lies Wilson Howard. The stone is weathered, but it was clearly expensive for its time, a final statement of his status as the patriarch of a powerful clan. It speaks of a man of substance, a leader of the community. There's an air of tragic dignity to it, the resting place of a man whose death was never truly avenged by the law. And then, if you walk just 50 yards down the slope, you'll find another stone. It's simpler, more rugged, cut from local stone. The name carved into it is clear and deep: Thomas Baker, 1845 to 1899. Seeing them here so close together is a profound and bitter irony. They lie just 100 yards apart now, these mortal enemies, closer in death than they ever were in life. They fought a war for control of these hills, and in the end, they each got a small, quiet piece of them forever. But standing here, looking at Tom Baker's grave, a critical question hangs in the air. The trial for Wilson Howard's death was years before 1899. He walked out of that courthouse a free man, legally untouchable. So why is this his final resting place? What happened in those intervening years that drove the Howards' hatred to a point where a courtroom acquittal meant nothing, and the only verdict they would accept was one delivered from the barrel of a gun? Tom Baker walked out of that courthouse a free man, but he wasn't free. The verdict was just a piece of paper. The real sentence had been passed in the hearts of the Howard family. For them, the trial wasn't an acquittal. It was a final, bitter confirmation that the law of the state was useless. Their patriarch was gone, and the man who killed him now walked the streets of Manchester with the government's blessing. Their rage didn't cool. It settled into something harder and colder, a patient hatred that would wait years for its moment. The feud entered a new grinding phase. It was no longer a war of open battles in the town square, but a war of shadows. The Howards set ambushes for Tom, but he seemed to possess a sixth sense for danger, an almost animal instinct that would make him change his path at the last second or melt back into the woods just as a trap was about to be sprung. His legend grew even larger. They said he was protected by something unnatural, that he had made a pact with the devil. But the truth was likely simpler. He was a man who had survived a war, and he knew how to live as if death was always a single step behind him. But even the most vigilant man can be worn down by time. The years passed. The open violence subsided into a tense, watchful peace. Tom Baker was still the most feared man in Clay County, but he was also a man trying to live a life. He had a home, he had a family, he was getting older. The constant threat became a part of the background noise of his life, a danger so familiar that it almost ceased to feel like danger at all. Perhaps he began to believe the worst was over, that the Howards, having failed so many times, had finally accepted that he was untouchable. He started to fall into routines, the small, daily habits that make up a normal life. And one of those routines was to walk down the familiar path from his cabin each morning to the creek, to wash the sleep from his eyes in the cool, clear water. It was a small act of peace in a life defined by violence. It was this routine, this small piece of normal life he reclaimed for himself, that would ultimately be his undoing. The Howards were watching, and they were patient. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the story of this feud is a living thing in Clay County. And like any living thing, it changes depending on the light you see it in. If you bring up the name Bad Tom Baker today, the answer you get depends entirely on who you ask. The war may be over, but the battle for the story continues. To the Baker family and their sympathizers, Tom is a figure of tragic frontier honor. He is the Union veteran who came home and refused to bow to the old powers of the county. He was a man who defended his wife's honor, who killed Wilson Howard in self-defense during a chaotic firefight, and who was ultimately the victim of a coward's ambush, shot down when he was unarmed and vulnerable. In their story, he is a folk hero, a testament to the mountain spirit of defiance. But if you talk to those whose families were allied with the Howards, you hear a much darker tale. In that version, Tom Baker wasn't a hero, he was a menace. A cold-blooded killer with ice in his veins and a hair-trigger temper who used his reputation to intimidate the whole county. They believe he murdered Abner Eversole over a card game, assassinated their leader in a calculated shot, and then used fear to cheat the law. To them, the final act at the creek wasn't a murder. It was an execution, the only form of justice left to them when the courts had failed. It was the necessary, brutal act of putting down a mad dog to bring peace to the community. So which story is the truth? Was he a righteous avenger or a ruthless killer? A protector of his family or a predator who terrorized his rivals? The honest answer is that the real Tom Baker is likely buried somewhere in the grey space between those two extremes, lost to time and loyalties. The facts are set in stone. The men who died, the trial, the ambush. But the meaning of those facts is still at war with itself, a conflict of memory passed down from one generation to the next. When a story is this big, this soaked in blood and pride, it doesn't stay history for long. As it gets passed down around kitchen tables and late-night campfires, it starts to shed its inconvenient facts, like a snake shedding its skin. What's left behind is something harder, smoother, and far more powerful: a legend. The feud between the Bakers and the Howards is no longer just a series of events. It's a foundational myth of Clay County. The character of Bad Tom Baker, in particular, grew larger than life. People needed a way to explain how one man could be so deadly, so seemingly untouchable for so long. And so, they whispered that his skill wasn't natural. The story of his rifle was born, the one that claimed he'd had a gunsmith inlay a silver coin into the front sight. They said the silver gave it an unholy accuracy, that it guided his bullets to their targets. The gun itself became a cursed object, and to this day, people speculate about where it might be, buried with him perhaps, to keep its dark magic from the world. And it wasn't just the man who became a legend. The feud itself took on a life of its own, seeping into the folklore of the mountains. A dark superstition took root in the community, a whisper that before every killing, a hoot owl would cry near the victim's cabin the night before. People claimed it was a death omen, the voice of the mountains themselves passing judgment. It was the community's way of processing the relentless, unpredictable violence by turning it into a supernatural force, a dark fate that could be read in the signs and sounds of the night. These tales are how a community makes sense of a trauma it can't forget. They are the final stage of a story's life, the moment it dissolves from hard history into the misty realm of legend. They serve as a warning, A ghost story to tell children about the price of pride and the darkness that can rise up between neighbors. The facts may fade, but the legend of Bad Tom Baker, his silver-sighted rifle, and the crying owl of death still haunts these hills. And so, we find ourselves back where we started, on the banks of this quiet creek. The water still murmurs over these smooth grey stones, just as it did on that morning in 1899. But the silence here feels different now. It's heavier. We came here hearing only the faint echo of a rifle volley, but we've followed that sound back through time, through courthouse shootouts and smoky bunkhouses, through conflicting memories and whispered legends. This spot is no longer just a peaceful place in the woods. It's the final page of a brutal chapter in this county's history. It's a testament to a world where a man's honor was worth more than his life, and a reminder that when people feel the law has abandoned them, they will make their own with fire and lead. The story of Tom Baker shows us that history is never a simple matter of heroes and villains. He was a man forged by a hard land and a violent time, and the truth of his life lies somewhere in the shadows between the legend and the reality. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or a simple weathered tombstone on a quiet hillside, remember this place. Remember that it's not just a collection of stones or a patch of earth. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the terrible choices that can define a generation. You just have to be willing to stop and to listen to the whispers. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. They say that on May 5th, 1931, the mountains of Harlan County themselves held their breath. Down below, a convoy of cars carrying company men and the law's hired guns slowed to a crawl. And from the hillsides, an answer came not in words, but in a roar of gunfire that tore the morning apart. This was the moment that would forever define a place known as Bloody Harlan. Was it a murderous ambush, as the coal barons screamed to the world? Or was it the last desperate act of men who had been beaten, starved, and cornered? The truth, as it always does in those dark hollows, is buried deep. Today, we're not just going to talk about a gunfight. We're going to uncover the story of the pressure, the pain, and the poverty that led to the Battle of Evarts, a day when ordinary miners decided they would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. To understand the men who took to the hills with rifles that day, you first have to understand the world that made them. Harlan County in the early 1900s wasn't a place of opportunity. It was a kingdom of coal, and every man, woman, and child was a subject. A boy was born in a house the company owned, breathing in the black dust that settled on his cradle. He played in the shadow of the tipple that would one day claim his father, and knew, with a certainty that chilled the bone, that it would one day claim him too. This wasn't just a job, it was a system of total control. You lived in the company's house, so you could be evicted at a moment's notice. You shopped at the company's store, where your dollar was worth 50 cents, and you were paid not in American money, but in company scrip. This private currency was a leash, designed to keep you in a state of permanent debt. A man could spend his entire life deep in the earth, risking his life for a pittance, and still die owing the company money. His debt would then pass to his sons. It was a new kind of feudalism, hidden away in the American mountains. The land itself taught them to be hard. The mountains demanded self-reliance. A man learned to hunt, to fix what was broken, and to stand his ground because no one else was coming to help him. This forged a powerful code, an unspoken law that was older and deeper than any statute passed in a distant capital. You stood by your kin. You looked a man in the eye. You did not suffer an insult to your honor, and you never, ever let an outsider push you off your own ground. The mine was a brutal teacher. Every day was a gamble against a cave-in, a gas explosion, or the slow, suffocating death of black lung. Men watched their friends get crushed, their fathers waste away, their brothers carried out on a stretcher. They learned that their lives were cheap, just another cost on the company's ledger. This constant dance with death bred a certain kind of fatalism, but it also bred a deep, simmering rage. So when the Great Depression hit, and the operators demanded that these men work for even less, they weren't just cutting a wage. They were breaking a sacred, unspoken pact. The miners had endured the danger, the debt, and the dust. They had traded their health and their freedom for a life that was just barely livable. By trying to take that last crumb, the company wasn't just making a business decision. They were delivering the final, unforgivable insult to the mountain code. They were pushing men who had nothing left to lose. Before the strike, before the guns, there was a life. It was a hard life, to be sure, but it was theirs. A miner's day began in darkness and ended in darkness, but in between there were moments of light. A man's kingdom wasn't the mine, and it wasn't the company town. It was the few square feet of his front porch where he'd sit at the end of a shift, bone-tired, and watch his children play in the yard. It was the smell of supper cooking, the one time of day the scent of coal was overpowered by something that felt like home. These men weren't just workers, they were husbands and fathers. They held a deep, fierce pride in their ability to provide, to put food on the table, no matter how meager. They'd come home with their faces permanently stained with black dust, but they would wash their hands clean before holding their babies. Their world was one of small dignities, a well-tended garden, a hymn sung in church on Sunday morning, the quiet respect of their neighbors. This was the life they were defending. It wasn't about a theory of labor. It was about their kids having shoes in the winter. And there was a brotherhood forged in the belly of the earth. Down in the darkness, a man's life depended entirely on the man next to him. They learned to read the groans of the mountain, to listen for the shifting of rock, to trust each other's instincts without a word. This created a bond that outsiders could never understand. They were more than neighbors. They were soldiers in a daily war against the mountain. They shared their last chew of tobacco, covered for each other when the foreman was on the prowl, and mourned together when the mountain inevitably claimed one of their own. This was the world the coal operators failed to see. They saw numbers on a ledger, a list of employees, a cost to be managed. They did not see the tight-knit fabric of a community woven from shared hardship and fierce loyalty. They didn't understand that when you threatened one family, you threatened them all. The world they had built, this fragile ecosystem of kinship and honor, was the only thing they had. And when the company came for it, they were coming for everything. The same mountain that gives a man his strength also carves his deepest flaw. For the miners of Harlan County, that flaw was a pride as hard and sharp as a shard of slate. It was a pride born of survival, a refusal to bow your head to any man, be he a foreman or a king. This wasn't arrogance. It was a deep-seated belief that a man's dignity was the one thing the company couldn't own and the mountain couldn't crush. There were stories told in the camps that every miner understood. A story of a man who put down his tools and walked out of the mine, sacrificing his job and his family's next meal, all because a young foreman from up north had called him boy. He wasn't being defiant for the sake of it. He was upholding a code. To accept the insult would be to admit that the company owned his spirit as well as his labor, and that was a line he would not cross. He lost his job, his home, and was blacklisted from every mine in the county, but he kept his honor intact. This unwavering pride was a kind of psychological armor against the crushing darkness of the mines. It's what allowed a man to walk into the earth each morning with his head held high. But it was also a fatal vulnerability. The operators, in their distant offices, may not have understood the men, But their enforcers on the ground, the gun thugs and the sheriffs, they understood this pride perfectly. They learned it was a button they could push. They knew that these were not men who could be shamed or intimidated into submission indefinitely. They were men who would bend and bend and bend, absorbing every hardship with a stoic silence. But when you pushed them past that breaking point, when you made it a question of their honor as men, they would not break. They would explode. This pride, this absolute refusal to be seen as less than a man, was the powder keg sitting in the heart of Harlan County. All it needed was a spark. The first affront was the wage cut, a cold dismissal of their worth. The next was the company's response to the union. Any man who joined was fired, his name put on a blacklist that was a death sentence to his career. But the deepest cut, the one that went past the wallet and into the soul, was the evictions. Miners and their families, with nowhere to go, were thrown out of their company shacks, their belongings piled in the muddy road. It was an act of calculated cruelty, designed not just to punish the men, but to break their wives and starve their children. The pressure built until the air in Harlan felt thick enough to ignite. And on the morning of May the 5th, 1931, the company provided the spark. They decided to make a statement. They assembled a convoy of 3 cars, filled not just with non-union workers, but with the most hated symbols of their power, company officials and Sheriff J.H. Blair's deputies, the gun thugs who had been beating and intimidating them for weeks. Their goal was to parade these scabs right through the town of Evarts. This was not a logistical move. This was a deliberate act of humiliation. It was a victory lap for the company, a public declaration that the strike was broken, that the men were beaten, and that the company's power was absolute. To the striking miners, watching from the hillsides where many of their families were now living in makeshift tents, this was an invasion. It was the enemy marching through their territory, flying a flag of contempt. The news passed from holler to holler, not in a shout, but in a low, dangerous whisper. "They're coming." That was all that needed to be said. Men looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. This was no longer about a contract. This was about honor. It was a direct challenge to their pride, a public taunt. To stand by and watch that convoy roll through town would be to admit defeat. It would be to accept the role of the beaten dog, to bow your head and concede that you were less than a man. And for these men, forged by the mountain's harsh code, that was an impossibility. The moment that convoy was formed, the choice was made for them. Their pride, the very core of their identity, demanded a response. And in Harlan County, a response like that only came from the barrel of a gun. There were voices of reason, you see. There always are. Union organizers, men sent down from the national office, understood the danger. They knew that an open gunfight would bring the full weight of the state down on them. It would give the operators the perfect excuse to call in the National Guard and crush the strike with bayonets and machine guns. Their strategy was one of patience, of holding the line, of winning the war of public opinion. They preached discipline, warning the men not to be provoked, not to give the company the violence it so clearly wanted. But for a man watching his child grow thin, the word patience is a curse. For a man who has been beaten by company thugs and seen his furniture thrown into the street, the idea of discipline sounds like cowardice. The organizers' warnings, however wise, were spoken in a language these miners no longer understood. The company had been communicating in the language of brute force for months. The miners were simply deciding to answer in kind. Their pride, that raw, unshakable mountain pride, could not absorb another blow. The decision wasn't made in a meeting or put to a vote. It was made in silence, in the grim set of 100 jaws. It was the quiet click of a rifle bolt in a dozen hillside tents. It was a man giving his wife a look that said everything before taking his old shotgun down from the wall. One by one, then in small groups, they began to move. They slipped away from the desperate little camps and filtered down through the woods, their movements quiet and purposeful. This wasn't a mob, it was an army assembling. They knew the convoy's route. They knew the land better than any deputy, and they knew the perfect spot, a place where the road narrowed and was forced to cross the railroad tracks at the edge of Evarts. It was a natural choke point, a place where the cars would have to slow to a crawl. They took up positions on the wooded hillside overlooking the road, some behind trees, others in the shallow ditches. They were no longer just striking miners, they were choosing a battlefield. Every man who took his place on that hillside was consciously rejecting a path of peace. He was ignoring the warnings of the organizers. He was turning his back on the slim hope of a negotiated settlement. He was betting his life and the future of his family on the outcome of the next few minutes. The company had offered them a choice: submission or starvation. On that morning, the miners of Harlan County chose a third option: war. The path had narrowed until there was only one way forward, and it was lined with guns. There was a moment just before the first engine was heard when the world went still. The men lay hidden on the hillside, the cool earth pressed against them, the weight of their rifles familiar in their hands. The sun was climbing, casting long shadows through the trees. A bird sang somewhere nearby, oblivious. In that sliver of time, there was a profound silence. And that silence was the final off-ramp. It was the last chance for any man to back away, to slip back through the trees and return to his family. In that quiet, what does a man think about? He doesn't think about labor law or economic theory. He thinks about the look on his wife's face that morning. He thinks about his daughter's worn-out shoes. He remembers the cold knot of shame in his stomach when he had to tell his family there was no food. Then, another set of images floods his mind. The sneering face of a deputy, the sight of a neighbor's furniture sitting in the rain, the memory of a beating behind the company store. This was the final crossroads, not an offer from the company, but a question each man had to ask himself. He weighed the two futures. One was a future of slow, grinding surrender, a life of accepting insults, of watching his family suffer, of dying a little inside each day. The other future was unknown, violent, and terrifying, but it was a future where he stood up. He wasn't choosing between peace and violence. He was choosing between two kinds of death: the death of the spirit, or the risk of the death of the body. And then they heard it. A low, distant rumble. The sound grew, becoming the unmistakable growl of automobile engines. That sound shattered the silence and ended the debate. It was the sound of the enemy, confident and arrogant, coming to rub their noses in defeat. Every doubt, every fear, every hesitation was burned away by that approaching sound. It was the final provocation. Along the hillside, you could feel the change. A man would shift his weight, settling the rifle stock more firmly against his shoulder. A thumb would quietly pull back a hammer, the soft metallic click barely audible. Eyes narrowed, focusing on the bend in the road. The final crossroads had been passed. The choice was made. The silence of peace was over, and the sound of the reckoning was on its way. The three black cars came around the bend, slow and arrogant. They looked alien against the green hills, like beetles crawling across a leaf. To the men watching from above, they weren't just vehicles. They were steel-skinned symbols of a power that had crushed them for a generation. As the convoy slowed for the railroad tracks, the air grew so tight it felt like the whole world was a clenched fist waiting to strike. Who fired first? The company swore it was an ambush, a cowardly volley from the trees. The miners swore a deputy in the lead car leveled his pistol, and a single sharp crack broke the morning peace. The truth was lost in the first echo, because that one shot was answered by a deafening chorus from the hillside. The argument that had raged for months in company offices and desperate tent camps was suddenly, permanently over. The time for talking was done. The world dissolved into noise. It wasn't the clean sound of a single shot, but a chaotic rolling thunder that battered the eardrums and shook the leaves from the trees. It was the roar of old hunting rifles, the heavy boom of shotguns, and the crack of pistols, all woven together into a single terrifying sound. the air filled with the sharp, bitter smell of gunpowder. Splinters of wood flew from the trees, and pockmarks appeared on the steel bodies of the cars as if from an invisible hailstorm. For each miner on that hillside, the world narrowed to a single point. It was the face of a man in a car, a man who represented the beatings, the evictions, the hunger. The kick of the rifle against a shoulder was a physical release of a year's worth of stored-up rage and helplessness. There was no strategy, no battle plan. There was only a raw, primal instinct to fight back, to finally answer force with force. Inside the cars, it was a trap. The world became a terrifying drumbeat of impacts against the metal frame. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One of the hated company guards in the lead car suddenly slumped forward without a sound. In another car, a company official cried out and went down. The illusion of their power, the authority that came from their guns and their money, was being shredded one bullet at a time. Then, almost as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The roaring faded into a few last, sporadic shots that echoed away into the mountains. A heavy, ringing silence rushed in to fill the void. Blue-gray smoke drifted through the trees, slowly clearing like a rising curtain. In the stillness, nothing moved. The birds were silent. The engines of the cars had stalled. A profound and terrible stillness had fallen over the choke point at the edge of Evarts. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, but it had changed everything. When the final tally was made, 4 men lay dead or dying on that dusty stretch of road. One of them was a miner, Jim Penland, who instantly became a martyr. The other 3 were from the company side. The convoy, shattered and bleeding, turned and fled in chaos, leaving their dead behind. The miners had held the ground. They had won the battle. For a long moment after the last car had vanished in a cloud of dust, nobody moved. The miners remained frozen on the hillside, phantom figures in the lingering gunpowder smoke. The only sound was the frantic ringing in their own ears. There was no cheering, no shouts of victory. There was only a cold, stark realization of what had been done. Below them, on the road, lay the undeniable proof. The still bodies, the abandoned cars riddled with holes. They had faced the monster, and for the first time they hadn't flinched. They had fired back, and they had won. But that feeling of grim triumph was fleeting, quickly replaced by a chilling clarity. They were no longer just striking miners fighting for a wage. In the eyes of the law, the company's law, they were now murderers. They had crossed a line from which there was no return. They knew what was coming next. The sheriff would raise a posse of every gun thug in the county. The governor would be called. The full, crushing weight of the state would descend upon these hollers with a singular purpose: to hunt them down. And just like that, the spell was broken. A low voice cut through the silence. Scatter. It was all that was needed. The men didn't run in a panic. They simply faded back into the trees. They melted into the landscape that had birthed them, disappearing up hidden paths and secret ridgelines that no outsider could ever hope to find. They moved with the quiet certainty of men on their own ground, their retreat as disciplined and purposeful as their attack had been. They were now fugitives. The men who had stood as a defiant army just minutes before were now solitary shadows, making their way to hidden cabins and sympathetic farmhouses deep in the mountains. They would be hunted, but here, in the labyrinth of hills and hollows they called home, they stood a chance. The active battle was over. Their role as combatants had ended in the smoke and thunder of that brief, brutal firefight. Their new role was just beginning, that of the hunted. And the war for Harlan County had just entered its next bloody chapter. The bullets fired at Evarts didn't stop when they hit their targets. They traveled onward, invisible and deadly, tearing through the fabric of the entire community. While the men who fired the guns vanished into the mountains, their families were left behind, exposed and vulnerable on the battlefield of the aftermath. They were no longer just the wives and children of striking miners. They were the kin of wanted killers. Doors were kicked in during the dead of night. Women were dragged out and interrogated by deputies whose faces were twisted with a new, vengeful fury. The battle drew a line of blood straight through Harlan County, a line that could never be erased. Before, the division was between strikers and scabs, a bitter but familiar conflict. After, it was between the families of the dead and the families of the killers. Neighbor turned against neighbor, their shared hardships forgotten, replaced by suspicion and a thirst for vengeance. Friendships that had endured a lifetime were severed with a single, hateful glance across a muddy street. The community didn't just break, it shattered into 1,000 sharp-edged pieces. The men on the hillside had fought to reclaim their dignity, to push back against an oppressive power. But their act of defiance gave that power the perfect excuse to tighten its grip. The governor declared martial law. The Kentucky National Guard rolled into the county, their trucks and machine guns a clear message. This was no longer a labor dispute, it was an insurrection. The miners had wanted to free themselves from the company's control, but their actions had brought an even greater power down upon them all, turning their towns and hollers into an occupied territory. The victory on the road was paid for by the hunger in the camps. With the men in hiding, the last trickles of income dried up completely. The women were left to fend for their children in a world that now saw them as pariahs. The small charities and local sympathizers who had helped them before were now too frightened to offer aid. The cost of that brief, violent stand was measured in the bellies of hungry children and the desperate, haunted eyes of their mothers. The tragedy of Evarts wasn't confined to the 4 men who died. It was a slow, creeping tragedy that would stalk the families of the living for years to come. The state of Kentucky did not respond with understanding. It responded with handcuffs and indictments. Dozens of miners and union organizers were hunted down, arrested, and charged with murder and conspiracy. The iron machinery of the law, a power far more methodical and relentless than a posse of gun thugs, was brought to bear. These men, who had lived their lives by a simple, brutal code of honor, were now dragged into a world they didn't understand, a world of courtrooms, lawyers, and the foreign language of affidavits and statutes. The trials were a spectacle, a perfect illustration of the clash between 2 Americas. On one side stood the prosecution, funded by the coal operators and backed by the state, arguing points of law and presenting a clean, simple narrative of a cold-blooded ambush. On the other side stood a miner in a borrowed suit, his hands still bearing the calluses of the coal face. When he spoke, he didn't use legal terms. He spoke of starvation. He spoke of his children's hunger. He spoke of the endless provocations by the company guards. His defense wasn't written in a law book. It was etched on the faces of his neighbors. He was essentially saying, "They pushed us until we had no choice but to push back." In that courtroom, it wasn't just the men on trial, it was the mountain code itself. And the jury was made up of men who understood that code. They were farmers and small merchants from the surrounding counties. They may not have worked in the mines, but they knew the arrogance of the coal companies. They knew what a gun thug was. They heard the legal arguments, but they also heard the unspoken truth of the miners' testimony. They looked at the accused and didn't see killers. They saw men exactly like themselves, pushed to the absolute limit. And then came the verdict in the first major trial. Not guilty. The word landed like a thunderclap in the silent courtroom. It was a stunning, almost unbelievable victory. The state, with all its power and all its money, had failed to convince a jury of their peers that these miners were criminals. The verdict was a clear message from the community. The blame for the blood spilled at Evarts did not belong to the miners alone. It belonged to the system that had cornered them. Realizing they could never get a conviction, the prosecutors eventually dropped the murder charges against the remaining men. On paper, it was a victory for the Union, a moment of incredible triumph. But was it justice? The men were free, but the war was far from over. The gun thugs still patrolled the roads, the families were still starving, and the coal company's power, though challenged, had not been broken. The law had rendered its judgment, But the mountains had their own way of settling scores, and the violence in Bloody Harlan was only just beginning. So, what became of the men who drove the convoy, the ones who held the whip hand? The law never came for Sheriff J.H. Blair. No grand jury ever convened to question the coal operators about the system of debt and violence they had created. While the miners were being hunted in the hills, the architects of their desperation sat safely in their offices, counting their profits and hiring more guards. The battle for them was not a tragedy. It was an inconvenience and a justification for even more brutality. In the immediate aftermath, their power seemed to grow. The presence of the National Guard gave them the cover they needed to systematically break the strike. Sheriff Blair and his deputies, far from being investigated, were emboldened. They now had a mandate to treat every Union man as a potential killer. The terror in Harlan County intensified, becoming a long, grinding war of attrition marked by ambushes and assassinations. For a time, it seemed the company had won an absolute victory. But history has its own form of justice, one that is often slow and ironic. By pushing the miners into open warfare, the operators had created a national spectacle. The name Bloody Harlan became a headline, a rallying cry for the labor movement across America. The stories of gun thugs and starving families brought congressional committees and federal investigators down into their closed kingdom. They had wanted to keep the Union out, but their methods put a spotlight on them so harsh that it eventually burned away the shadows they operated in. And Sheriff Blair, he became a symbol not of law and order but of corporate tyranny. Florence Reese, the wife of an organizer, wrote her defiant anthem, "Which Side Are You On?" while Blair's men were outside her house, ready to break in. The song outlived him. It outlived the mine operators. It became the voice of the struggle long after their names were forgotten footnotes. In the end, the company men won the battle and the immediate war, but they lost their anonymity. They had wanted to make an example of the miners, but in doing so, they had made a damning example of themselves, one that would be studied for generations as a lesson in greed and brutality. For the families of the men who fought at Evarts, the battle never really ended. A man's surname became his history, a brand that marked him and his children. For some, it was a badge of honor. They were the sons of the men who stood up. But for many, it was a curse. They found themselves blacklisted, unable to get work in any mine in the region. The only path forward was to leave. A quiet exodus began, as families packed what little they had and scattered, seeking a life in the factories of Ohio or the auto plants of Detroit, hoping to outrun the long shadow of a single day in May. The community itself tried to heal by forcing itself to forget. A heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the memory of the battle. People had to live together after all. The son of a miner who fought on the hillside might find himself working a shift next to the son of a company man who was in that convoy. To survive, they could not speak of it. The gunfight became a ghost, a presence that everyone felt but no one acknowledged. It was a peace built not on forgiveness, but on the shared conspiracy of never speaking its name, a wound that scarred over but never truly closed. The Battle of Evarts didn't bring the Union to Harlan. In fact, it kicked off the bloodiest phase of the Harlan County War, a brutal decade of assassinations and bombings. The operators' power seemed unbreakable, but the battle had changed something fundamental. It had proven that the miners would die before they surrendered completely. It had created martyrs. It had planted a seed of defiance that, watered with the blood of men like Jim Penland, would stubbornly refuse to die. When the New Deal and new federal laws finally gave the United Mine Workers the leverage they needed to come back into Harlan years later, they were building on the foundation laid at Evarts. The legends of that day were told in secret, inspiring a new generation to take up the fight. The power dynamic didn't shift overnight, but the battle was the first great crack in the dam. The gun smoke cleared in a matter of minutes, but the shadow it cast would stretch on for generations, a constant, haunting reminder of the price of dignity. If you drive the road that runs through Feuds today, you can still find the spot. The pavement is wider now, the old railroad tracks long gone, but the shape of the land hasn't changed. The hillside still rises steeply from the road, a silent, green witness. There are no monuments here, no bronze plaques to mark the spot where the battle was fought. The only memorials are the ones you have to search for. A weathered tombstone in a small mountain cemetery, the name Jim Penland worn smooth by a century of rain and sorrow. The most enduring echo of that day is the name it gave the county. Before the battle, Harlan was just another coal county. After, it was forever Bloody Harlan. The name became a brand, a piece of American folklore. To the outside world, it was a shorthand for violence, poverty, and backwardness. But to the people within, it was something more complicated. A source of shame, yes, but also a badge of a certain stubborn, dangerous pride. It was a reminder that this was a place where men would not be pushed too far. The story of the battle itself left the pages of the newspapers and passed into legend. It became a ballad, sung not with guitars, but in the quiet telling of stories from grandfather to grandson on a front porch at dusk. In these tellings, the miners were always braver, the gun thugs more evil. The rumor of a machine gun hidden in the woods grew into an accepted fact. The battle became a modern-day Thermopylae in the mountains, a story told to teach the young what it costs to stand up for yourself. And its anthem, born from the terror that followed, became Florence Reese's immortal question: which side are you on? That question still hangs in the air in Harlan County. The coal companies may not hold the absolute power they once did, the gun thugs are gone, but the fundamental struggle remains. The fight against outside forces that seek to extract the wealth from the mountains while leaving the people with nothing is a story that has never ended. It just changes its name and its face. The spirit of defiance that rose up on that hillside in 1931 is still there, sleeping just beneath the surface. The men who fought at Feuds are all gone now. Their bodies return to the same earth they once mined. But their ghost has not left these hills. It's in the stubborn set of a jaw when a man is told he can't provide for his family. It's in the fierce, protective love for this hard land. And it's in the understanding that sometimes, when you're pushed to the wall, the only answer the world seems to understand is the roar of a gun. So we return to the question that started it all, hanging in the smoky air of 1931. Was the Battle of Feuds a heroic last stand or a villainous ambush? The truth is, it was neither, and it was both. These were not heroes in shining armor. Their actions brought a reign of terror and hardship down on the very families they sought to protect. But they were not villains. They were the inevitable product of a cruel and calculated system. They were what Harlan County had made them. Desperate men who had been shown time and again that violence was the only currency the company truly respected. The Battle of Feuds is a timeless, brutal lesson in what happens when you push a people past the breaking point. It teaches us that you cannot strip a man of his home, his wages, and his hope, and expect him to bow his head in silence. Sooner or later, he will stand up. This wasn't a clash of armies. It was a clash of worlds. The cold, mathematical logic of profit ran headlong into the hot-blooded, unwritten code of the mountains, a code where a man's honor was worth more than his life. The 4 men who died that day were only the first casualties. The battle's true toll was measured in the years of fear, the families broken apart, and the legacy of bitterness that stained the ground for a generation. It stands as a monument, not of victory or defeat, but as a testament to the explosive power of wounded pride. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Bloody Harlan. A story not about a wage, but about what a man will do when his dignity is the last thing he has left to lose. When we think of train robbers, we picture cowboys on horseback chasing a locomotive across the open prairie. But what if the crime wasn't set against an endless sky, but in the pitch-black throat of a mountain? On October 23, 1901, the most luxurious train in Appalachia, the fast-flying Virginian, saw a red signal and slowed to a stop inside tunnel number 19. For the hundreds of sleeping passengers, it was just a minor delay. For the crew up front, it was the beginning of a nightmare. The men who emerged from the darkness weren't romantic bandits. They were something new, more ruthless. So what really happened inside that tunnel? And why has this brutal crime been almost completely forgotten? In the early 1900s, the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad was more than just tracks. It was a steel artery pumping life through the heart of Appalachia. It carried coal out of the mountains and brought the modern world in. And the crown jewel of the C&O line was the FFV, Limited, the fast-flying Virginian. This was no grimy freight hauler. It was a rolling palace of polished wood, plush velvet, and gleaming brass, a symbol of progress and prosperity slicing through the ancient, brooding hills. On board were wealthy industrialists, politicians, and families, dining in luxury or sleeping soundly in Pullman cars, utterly disconnected from the rugged land they were passing through. This land, the Allegheny Mountains of Virginia, was a world of stark contrasts. Small towns like Jerry's Run were nestled in valleys where life had followed the rhythm of the seasons for generations. But the railroad had changed everything. It brought jobs, money, and a new kind of tension. And it bred a new kind of man, caught between the old ways and the encroaching industrial age. The Flippin and Jenkins brothers were products of this world. George and Charles Flippin, Jack and Gus Jenkins. These weren't outsiders. They were local men. Rumor had it some of them had once worked for the C&O, their hands calloused by the same railroad they now saw as a target. They knew its schedules, its procedures, and its weaknesses. They weren't faceless bandits. They were neighbors, men who understood the land and the steel river that ran through it. They saw the FFV not as a symbol of progress, but as a fat prize, a rolling bank vault just waiting to be cracked. And in the heart of this territory lay tunnel number 19. It wasn't just a hole in a mountain. It was long, it was curved, and it was pitch black. Once a train entered, its engineer was blind to what was on the other side. For the passengers, it was a momentary darkness. But for men with local knowledge and a grudge, it was the perfect choke point. It was a natural trap designed by the mountain itself. And so, on that cool October night, the world held its breath. The luxurious FFV sped through the darkness, a cocoon of light and warmth. Inside the mail car, an express agent named Charles K. Bobbitt went about his duties, guarding the money and securities that were the lifeblood of the region's economy. He was just a man doing his job, unaware that 4 local men were waiting in the shadows, ready to turn his ordinary night into a legend of violence and greed. Little did anyone on that train know, the modern world was about to collide with the brutal reality of the mountains. Just after 10 o'clock, as the FFV Limited thundered towards Tunnel 19, the engineer saw a familiar sight. A single red light glowing in the distance, the universal signal to stop. He did what any railroad man would do. He slowed the massive engine, easing it into the gaping mouth of the tunnel, expecting a simple delay. And that's when the trap snapped shut. Out of the inky blackness, shadows detached themselves from the rock walls. Before the engineer or his fireman could react, armed men were swarming the locomotive. Imagine the terror. In front of them, the suffocating darkness of the tunnel. Behind them, hundreds of sleeping passengers who had trusted their lives to them. And right beside them, the cold glint of revolver barrels in the firebox glow. There was no negotiation. There was no room to run. The robbers' orders were precise and chillingly calm. They weren't interested in the passengers' jewelry or the cash in their wallets. They had a single, high-valued target. At gunpoint, they forced the engineer to perform an act of surgical precision. He had to uncouple the engine, along with the mail and baggage car directly behind it, from the rest of the train. With a loud metallic shriek, the connection was broken. The point of no return had been crossed. The robbers now commanded a ghost train, an engine and a single priceless car, pulling away from the main train and out the other side of the tunnel. The rest of the FFV, with its hundreds of oblivious souls, sat silent and dead on the tracks, abandoned in the dark heart of the mountain, their world of comfort and safety suddenly and irrevocably severed. Isolated from the main train, the mail car was now a steel coffin on wheels. Inside, Express Agent Charles Bobbitt knew he was in trouble. He heard the commotion, the decoupling of the cars, and he barricaded the heavy doors. The robbers shouted for him to open up. He refused. He was a railroad man, and this car was his responsibility. Their answer came not in words, but in a deafening roar that shook the very mountain. The outlaws didn't waste time on persuasion. They used dynamite. The massive car door, built to withstand nearly anything, was simply gone, reduced to a cloud of splinters and stinging, acrid dust. Through the settling smoke, the gang stormed the breach. And they saw him. Charles Bobbitt, wounded by the blast, but not broken. He was on his feet, revolver in hand, a lone guardian amidst the wreckage. What happened next was not a negotiation. It was a furious, echoing chaos in a cramped steel box. The small space was filled with the bark of pistols and the blinding flash of muzzle fire. It was over in seconds. When the ringing in their ears subsided, only one side was left standing. Charles Bobbitt lay on the floor of his car, a silent testament to a duty he refused to abandon, even in the face of certain death. Stepping over the fallen agent, the gang went to work with cold precision. They ripped open the safes, stuffing canvas bags with cash and securities. Their haul was estimated between $10,000 and $40,000, what would be well over $1 million today. With their prize secured, they didn't linger. Bags heavy with the railroad's lifeblood, they slipped out of the ruined car and melted back into the Appalachian night. The same forest that had birthed them now swallowed them whole, leaving behind only silence, smoke, and a hero lying on the floor. Back in the tunnel, confusion curdled into fear. The passengers of the FFV Limited sat in absolute darkness and silence, a silence that felt heavy and unnatural. When the train crew finally made their way forward through the cars, they found what the robbers had left behind. Nothing. The engine and mail car had simply vanished. It was only when they emerged from the far end of the tunnel on foot that they saw the scene of the crime. There, sitting alone on the tracks, was the locomotive and the brutalized mail car, its door blasted open like a gaping wound. Inside, amidst the wreckage and the smell of gunpowder, they found Charles Bobbitt. Against all odds, he was alive. Riddled with bullets and wounded by the dynamite blast, he was clinging to life with a tenacity that defied belief. He became an instant hero, the man who stared down the barrel of a gun and refused to back down. His survival was a miracle, a small point of light in an otherwise dark and vicious crime. The Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad was a corporate giant, and this was not just a theft, it was a declaration of war. An attack on their flagship train was an attack on their authority and their very honor. They responded with overwhelming force. Their own police force was mobilized, and they called in the best and most ruthless help money could buy, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These were not local sheriffs. They were the infamous strikebreakers and union busters who would later become feared enforcers for the coal barons. They were professional manhunters, and they descended on the Alleghenies with a single-minded purpose. A massive manhunt began. The news spread like wildfire along the telegraph lines that crisscrossed the mountains. A huge reward was offered, turning neighbors into potential informants. The world was changing fast, and the dense Appalachian forests, once an impenetrable sanctuary for outlaws, were now surrounded by a network of technology and law. The gang might have known the woods like the back of their hand, but they were now trapped within them. Fear and rumor swept through the valleys. Every stranger was viewed with suspicion. People whispered stories about the brutal dynamite attack, about the bravery of the express agent, and about the audacious local boys who had dared to challenge the mighty C&O. The Flippin' Jenkins gang had pulled off the perfect crime, but in doing so, they had brought the full weight of the industrial world crashing down upon their heads. The mountains that had been their shield were now becoming their cage. The Appalachian forests couldn't hold them forever. The gang's downfall wasn't a dramatic last stand in a mountain hollow, but a quiet betrayal by the very thing they stole. They began spending the new, crisp banknotes, money that was as traceable in that era as a marked bill is today. Informants, lured by the massive reward, took note. One by one, the Baldwin-Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, tracked them down. Within weeks, the Flippin' Jenkins gang was in chains. Their trial was a major event in the quiet county. The courthouse was packed to the rafters, with a tense mix of curious locals, grim-faced railroad officials, and heavily armed guards. It felt less like a quest for truth and more like a show of force. This wasn't a dispute between neighbors. This was the C&O Railroad, a titan of industry, making it clear that its domain was absolute. The lawyers for the prosecution, funded by the railroad, were sharp and merciless, painting a picture of pure, unadulterated evil. In the defendant's box sat the four men, no longer the masters of the dark tunnel, but pale and exposed under the harsh light of the courtroom. There were no romantic pronouncements, no defiant speeches for the newspapers. By all accounts, they were sullen and defeated. They were local men, known in their communities, now stripped of all power, facing a legal machine they had no hope of overcoming. They were men of the mountains, but they were being judged by the unyielding law of the modern world. The evidence was overwhelming. The testimony of the train crew, the recovered loot, their own confessions, it all formed an ironclad case. The defense attorneys could do little more than go through the motions. The outcome was never in doubt. This trial wasn't about determining guilt or innocence, it was about delivering a message. The verdict, when it came, was as swift and decisive as the dynamite blast they had used. Guilty on all counts. And the sentence was a living death, life in the Virginia State Penitentiary. There was no glory, no ballad sung of their deeds. They weren't hanged and turned into martyrs. They were simply erased, condemned to fade away into the anonymity of the prison system. So, was this justice? For the railroad, absolutely. For Charles Bobbitt, who carried the scars for the rest of his life, it most certainly was. But for the people watching, it felt like something else. It was the cold, efficient justice of a corporation, a power that could reach into the deepest parts of Appalachia and extinguish any who dared to challenge it. The Flippin' Jenkins gang were violent criminals, but their fate was also a stark warning to everyone in the mountains. The old ways were over. The railroad was king. So what became of the Flippin' Jenkins gang, the men who brought terror to the FFV Limited? They didn't become folk heroes like Jesse James. There were no daring escapes, no ballads sung of their exploits. They simply vanished into the stone walls of the Virginia Penitentiary. They lived out their days as anonymous numbers in the prison system, their names and their crime fading from public memory until they died. Forgotten men paying a long, slow price for a few minutes of violent greed. But what about the true hero of that night, Express Agent Charles K. Bobbitt? His story is the one that deserves to be remembered. He not only survived his horrific wounds, but he became a symbol of courage for the C&O Railroad. The company rewarded him for his bravery, and he continued to work on the railroad he had defended with his life, serving faithfully until his retirement. He didn't seek fame or glory. He was a quiet, dutiful man who, when tested by fire and dynamite, proved to be stronger than steel. And what of the stage for this drama? Tunnel 19 still cuts through the mountain near Jerry's Run, Virginia, the FFV. Limited is long gone, a ghost of a more elegant age, but the steel artery remains. Freight trains, the modern workhorses of the railroad, still thunder through that same darkness, their powerful horns echoing in the valleys. For the engineers today, it's just another tunnel, a number on a map. Most have no idea that they are passing through the scene of one of the most audacious and brutal crimes in Appalachian history. But a story this violent leaves more than just physical marks. It leaves a legend. For over a century, a whisper has persisted in the hills around Jerry's Run, the rumor of lost gold. The story goes that the gang, in their frantic escape, managed to bury a portion of their loot somewhere in the dense woods. Even now, locals and treasure hunters armed with metal detectors still comb the mountainsides, searching for a fortune that likely never existed outside of campfire tales. It seems the lure of the robbers' gold has lasted far longer than the memory of the men themselves. The official records may gather dust, but the mountains, they remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning. Why has this crime, so bold and so brutal, been almost completely erased from history? The answer lies in the crime itself. There was no romance here. This was not a story of noble outlaws fighting a corrupt system. This was a story of dynamite, greed, and a cold-blooded attack on a man just doing his job. It was a calculated industrial crime, born from the soot and steel of a new era, and it didn't fit the clean, romantic narrative of the Wild West that America wanted to believe. The mythology of the prairie, with its wide-open spaces, simply overshadowed the dark, complex reality of the mountains. The story of the Tunnel 19 robbery is a stark reminder that the history of Appalachia is not one of simple hillbillies or quaint folk tales. It's a story of profound and often violent collision between old ways and new technology, between the code of the mountains and the law of the corporation. The Flippin' Jenkins gang weren't cowboys. They were a new breed of industrial bandits, as much a product of the railroad as the coal it carried. And in their swift and ignominious end, we see the raw power of the industrial world asserting its dominance over the old frontier. But if there is a lesson here, it is not just one of cruelty. It's also found in the quiet courage of a man like Charles K. Bobbitt, an ordinary man who, when plunged into the heart of darkness, refused to break. He represents the other side of the Appalachian spirit, not the outlaw defiance, but the deep-rooted resilience, the sense of duty, and the simple, unshakable will to endure. His legacy, though quieter, is far more powerful than any lost gold. It reminds us that true grit isn't found in taking a prize, but in protecting what's entrusted to you, no matter the cost. In the heart of Tennessee's mountains stands a stone beast the locals called the End of the Road, Brushy Mountain State Prison. They built it to hold the most dangerous men alive, but they say the real jailer wasn't the guards or the walls, but the ancient, unforgiving mountain itself. The official history tells of riots, brutality, and the escape of America's most hated man. But the old tales whisper of something darker, a curse born of blood and coal, one that traps souls within its stones long after their sentences have ended. Today, we'll peel back the layers of time and fear to ask, what really happened inside the prison that the mountain would never let go? Before the first stone of Brushy Mountain was laid, before its shadow fell across the valley, this was a different world. The Cumberland Mountains weren't a cage, they were a sanctuary. Life here moved to the rhythm of the seasons, dictated by the rising sun and the flow of the creeks. Families lived in cabins tucked into deep hollows, surrounded by forests so thick they seemed to swallow the sky. It was a hard life, to be sure, carved out of rock and stubborn soil, but it was a life of profound freedom. The men of this place were miners, but they were free men. Every morning, they'd walk into the dark mouths of the earth, not in chains, but with a lunch pail in one hand and a pickaxe in the other. This work was brutal, dangerous, and it stole the breath from their lungs, but it was honest. It was how they fed their children and kept a fire in the hearth. They were bound not by guards, but by a powerful, unspoken code of community. They looked out for one another because in the deep dark, your neighbor was the only law that mattered. They were a proud and independent people, descendants of Scots-Irish settlers who had come to these mountains seeking solitude and a life of their own making. They asked for little from the outside world and wanted even less from its governments. Their wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their gardens, the strength of their families, and the unshakable knowledge that this land, these hills, these creeks, belonged to them. They had everything they needed. But far away from these quiet hollows, in the halls of power, men with ledgers and contracts were drawing lines on maps. They saw the rich seams of coal not as a lifeline for mountain families, but as fuel for a new industrial age. And to get that fuel as cheaply as possible, they were willing to make a deal with the devil. A plan was being hatched, a monstrous idea that would turn the state's prisons into a source of cheap labor. A rumor began to snake through the mountains, a whisper of a new kind of miner coming to the creeks, a miner who worked in chains and who would take the very bread from their tables. The world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. The ground for this conflict had been fertile for generations. The people of the mountains had a long and bitter memory when it came to outsiders with promises and contracts. They remembered their grandfathers telling stories of timber barons who stripped the hills bare and left, and land agents who tricked men who couldn't read into signing away their mineral rights for a pittance. So when the coal companies arrived, they were viewed with a deep, ingrained suspicion. The company men, with their clean hands and city suits, were a different breed, and their promises of prosperity always seemed to come with a hidden cost. This new threat, the convict lease system, was an echo of those old grievances. It wasn't just about jobs, it was about dignity. The miners saw it as a deliberate slap in the face, a message from the state and the companies that their hard, dangerous labor was worth so little it could be replaced by the forced toil of prisoners. It was, in their eyes, a different kind of slavery being brought to their doorstep, designed to break their unions and grind them into submission. The old wound of being seen as backward and expendable by the outside world was torn open once again. The talk started in whispers, carried from one mining camp to the next. A man would come over the ridge from Coal Creek with news, his voice low and urgent as he shared what he'd heard. At first, it was just rumors. They're building a stockade up by the Briceville mine. Heard they signed a contract with the state for 100 men. At the company store, at church gatherings, around the fire at night, the whispers grew into a steady, angry murmur. Soon, the talk started to curdle. Fear and speculation twisted the facts into something monstrous. 100 convicts became 500. A plan to supplement the workforce became a plot to replace them all. Every word was like a piece of dry kindling, carefully stacked at the miners' doorsteps. The convicts themselves, men they had never seen, were no longer viewed as unfortunate souls. They became a faceless symbol of the miners' own impending starvation, the instrument of their destruction. The community, once bound by solidarity, was now bound by a shared and growing rage. The fuse that had been sputtering for months was finally lit in the summer of 1891. The Tennessee Coal Mining Company, emboldened by the state's backing, made its move. They fired their free miners at Briceville, evicted them from their company-owned homes, and marched in a new workforce, convicts in black and white stripes, shackled and under the watch of armed guards. This was no longer a threat whispered in the shadows. It was a reality, stark and brutal. Men who had spent their lives in the mines were now cast out, watching from the hills as prisoners took their place. The initial reaction was a wave of cold, silent fury. That night, in a secluded hollow, lit only by the flickering light of torches, hundreds of miners gathered. You could see the resolve hardening in their eyes. These were not men given to idle threats. They were men of action, pushed to the absolute edge. They didn't speak of protest or petitions. They spoke of taking back what was theirs. A decision was made, a pact sealed not with a handshake, but with the grim nodding of heads and the quiet cleaning of rifles. They would not stand by and starve. Before dawn on July 14th, 300 armed miners descended from the mountains, moving like ghosts through the morning mist. They surrounded the convict stockade at Briceville. There was no shouting, no chaotic mob. This was a disciplined, determined force. They presented their ultimatum to the guards: surrender the stockade and the prisoners, or face the consequences. The guards, looking out at the sea of determined faces and the barrels of hundreds of rifles glinting in the twilight, knew they stood no chance. They surrendered without a shot being fired. But what happened next stunned the authorities. The miners didn't harm the convicts. They saw them not as enemies, but as fellow victims of a corrupt system. They broke open the stockade, gave the prisoners food and civilian clothes, and marched them to the nearest train station. They put them on a train and sent them to Knoxville with a simple, defiant message for the governor. We will not work alongside convicts, and we will not allow them to work here. They had committed an open act of insurrection. They had drawn a line in the coal dust, and in doing so had declared war on the state of Tennessee. There was no turning back now. The first move had been made, and the entire state held its breath, waiting for the violent reply that was sure to come. The state's answer to the rebellion wasn't a single battle, but a slow, grinding execution of the human spirit. They found their diabolical solution. They would build their own prison with their own mine, and the miners who had defied them would be its first inhabitants, and they would build it themselves. They brought them in chains, not to a finished building, but to the raw, untamed foot of Brushy Mountain. Their first order was to pick up a sledgehammer and attack the very cliffs that would become their tomb. This wasn't a slaughter of bullets and knives. It was a slaughter of exhaustion and despair. The days began before sunrise and ended long after sunset, a relentless rhythm of steel striking stone. The air, thick with grey dust, became a constant shroud, coating their skin, filling their lungs, and turning their desperate coughs into a rasping choir. The only sounds were the sharp crack of the guards' whips against the rock, the groans of men lifting stones beyond their strength, and the rhythmic, hollow clang of hammers that beat like a dying heart. From the nearby hollows, you couldn't see the faces of the men, only their silhouettes against the raw face of the mountain. You'd see them moving like specters in the dust, a long, broken line of humanity being slowly erased. Sometimes, a silhouette would simply falter and disappear, collapsing in a heap. There was no ceremony. The work wouldn't even pause. The others would just keep swinging, their eyes fixed on the stone in front of them, not daring to look at the man who had just been swallowed by the mountain. The mountain itself seemed to be a silent, hungry participant. The stones they quarried were cold and sharp, tearing at their hands until they were raw and bleeding. It was as if the mountain was demanding a price, and the mortar that would hold the walls together was a mixture of sand, water, and the sweat and blood of these men. Every stone they lifted was soaked in their misery. Every block they set in place was a monument to their stolen freedom. With their own bleeding hands, they built their tomb, stone by agonizing stone. They watched the walls rise around them, a grey tide of granite that blotted out the trees, the sky, and any last sliver of hope. They were building their own cage, and they knew it. The final act of this slaughter was not a gunshot, but a sound. The deafening clang of a massive iron gate swinging shut for the very first time. The lock turned, and the men who had built the fortress were now its first official prisoners. Their rebellion was over. Their world was gone, and the mountain had them. When the last stone was set and the great iron gate slammed shut, a new kind of silence fell over the valley.
It was not the peaceful quiet of the mountains. It was a silence so deep it had weight, pressing down on the men inside and the hollows outside. The dust of construction settled, revealing the finished prison not as a building, but as a scar of grey stone carved into the green landscape. The Coal Creek War was over. The rebellion was crushed. And for the men who had fought for their freedom, the world had shrunk to the space between four stone walls. Inside, they were no longer miners or rebels. They were stripped of their names, their clothes, their pasts, and given a number and a striped uniform. The fight for justice was replaced by a grim, daily struggle for survival. And in the cruelest twist of fate, the state opened its own coal mine right on the prison grounds. The very thing they had fought against, being forced to work in a mine to enrich the state, had become their life sentence. They now descended into the earth each day, not as free men, but as the state's property, digging the black heart out of the mountain that held them captive. For those who survived the mines, a new society began to form within the walls, governed by its own brutal laws. The guards were kings, their word absolute, and their fists the only justice. The slightest infraction could land a man in the hole, a pitch-black cell deep in the foundations, a place where the damp chill and total darkness were designed to strip away not just hope, but sanity itself. A hierarchy of violence took root among the inmates, and the men who had once stood shoulder to shoulder in rebellion now looked at each other with suspicion and fear. Outside, in the surrounding communities, the prison stood as a constant, terrifying monument to their defeat. The mountain had swallowed their husbands, their sons, their fathers. The spirit of defiance that had burned so brightly was extinguished, replaced by a pervasive fear. Families spoke of the men in Brushy Mountain in hushed whispers, as if the very walls had ears. The fortress had not only imprisoned the rebels, it had put a stranglehold on the spirit of the entire region. The authorities had won. Brushy Mountain became their grim trophy, a symbol of absolute power and a chilling warning to anyone who would dare to challenge the system again. The rumors that bled out from behind the walls, tales of brutality, of men lost in the mines, of souls broken in the dark, only served their purpose, cementing the prison's reputation as the end of the road. A new, dark chapter had begun, written in coal dust and human despair. The state's response was not to send lawmen, it was to send an army. The Tennessee State Militia, hundreds of them, descended upon the mountains by train. They were flatlanders, boys from the cities and farms, clad in uniforms that stood out starkly against the deep greens and browns of the forest. They came not to investigate a crime, but to put down an insurrection. Local sheriffs and deputies, men who had grown up with the miners, were brushed aside. This was no longer a local dispute. It was a military occupation. Their orders were simple: hunt down the leaders of the rebellion and make an example of them. But the miners had vanished. They melted back into the landscape that had birthed them, becoming ghosts in their own land. They knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every forgotten cave and abandoned mine shaft. The mountains that had been their home now became their fortress, a vast, tangled labyrinth where they held every advantage. The militia, accustomed to open fields and city streets, were utterly lost here. The mountains themselves fought against them with steep ridges, sudden ravines, and a disorienting wilderness that seemed to change with the light. The hunt became a brutal, nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse. Patrols of soldiers would march up the creeks, their movements clumsy and loud, while the men they were hunting watched silently from the high ground. A snapping twig, a bird call that sounded just a little off, these were the signals that passed between the hidden men. A silent war was waged in the shadows, a war of fear and attrition. The militia, frustrated and angry, turned their attention to the families left behind. They raided cabins in the dead of night, tearing homes apart in search of fugitives, their bayonets a constant threat meant to break the mountain people's code of silence. But that code ran deeper than fear. Hiding a man on the run wasn't just an act of defiance, it was a sacred duty. A network of whispers and secret signs kept the fugitives fed and informed. A lantern left burning in a specific window, a quilt of a certain pattern hung on a clothesline. These were the messages the soldiers couldn't read. For months, the community held fast, a wall of silence and deception against the invaders. Eventually, though, the siege began to take its toll. A winter in the mountains is long, and hunger is a powerful persuader. The state posted bounties, turning the price of a man's freedom into a bag of flour and a few dollars, a fortune for a starving family. Slowly, agonizingly, the wall of silence began to crack. One by one, the leaders were found. They were discovered not in a blaze of gunfire, but huddled by a low fire in an abandoned prospecting cabin, their faces gaunt with hunger. They were cornered in the dark tunnels of a played-out mine, surrendering with the quiet exhaustion of men who know their road has come to an end. There was no fight left in them. In their eyes was not the fire of rebellion, but the cold ash of defeat. They were bound in chains and marched down from the hills, often past their own homes, where their wives and children watched in stoic silence. Their long, desperate hunt in the shadows was over, and they all knew where they were going next. They were being taken back to the stone monster they had built, this time to be fed into its belly. The trials, when they came, were not about discovering truth. They were a public ritual of humiliation, a final breaking of the miner's spirit. The leaders of the rebellion were marched in chains into county courthouses packed to the rafters. On one side sat their families, women and children with faces carved from stone, their eyes holding a silent, defiant grief. On the other side were the company men in their starched collars and the state officials, their expressions a mixture of triumph and contempt. The air was thick with a tension you could taste, held in check only by the armed militia who lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder of who held the power now. The miners themselves sat in the dock, not with the downcast eyes of criminals, but with a quiet, exhausted dignity. These were not men who understood the intricate language of the law. They understood the simple justice of the mountains. You don't let your family starve. They listened as slick city prosecutors, using words they barely recognized, painted them as anarchists and violent insurrectionists, a threat to civilization itself. They were accused of destroying property, but the property in question was the state's right to the labor of other human beings. The proceedings were a tragic farce. Witnesses were brought forth, men whose will had been broken or whose loyalty had been bought with a bounty. The defense was a token effort, a whisper against a hurricane of state power. The jury, often composed of merchants and landowners who benefited from the company's presence, listened with closed faces and closed hearts. The real verdict had been decided months before, not in a jury room, but in the governor's mansion and the coal company's boardroom. When the foreman finally stood to read the verdict, there was no gasp of surprise. Guilty. The word fell into the silent room like a stone into a deep well. There were no tears from the families, only a tightening of jaws. The company men exchanged quiet, satisfied nods. The defendants themselves simply stared ahead, their faces betraying nothing. They had known from the moment the chains were locked on their wrists that this was the only possible outcome. Their freedom was gavelled away, their fight officially declared a crime. But the final, cruelest blow was the sentence. The judge, a man who saw them not as desperate fathers, but as a disease to be cured, condemned them to years of hard labor. And in a moment of supreme, calculated irony, he sentenced them to serve that time at the new Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. They were being sent back to the stone monster they had been forced to build, to work the state's coal mine under the very system they had risked their lives to destroy. Was it justice? Or was it merely the law of the powerful, a tool to crush the desperate and sanctify the cruel? The mountains had their own code of right and wrong, but on that day, the law of men had spoken,
and its voice was the sound of a prison gate slamming shut. Today, you can drive right up to the gates of Brushy Mountain. It's a tourist attraction. You can take a guided tour, eat at a restaurant called the Warden's Table, and even buy moonshine legally distilled on the very grounds where men were once broken. Tourists smile for photos, posing in the cell that once held James Earl Ray, their laughter echoing in the same spaces that once held only despair. It is a strange, surreal carnival built on a foundation of forgotten pain. But if you look past the gift shop and the polished exhibits, the echoes of that first desperate fight are still there. Run your hand along the cold, grey stones of the outer wall. You're touching the very blocks that were quarried and hoisted into place by the exhausted, bleeding hands of the Coal Creek rebels. The prison itself is their truest, most terrible monument. Most of those men never saw the outside world again. They died in the prison mine, their lungs choked with coal dust, or they simply withered away in the hole. Their names are largely lost to history, etched only on the crumbling pages of forgotten ledgers. But their bloodlines still run through these hollows. Their great-grandchildren still live on the same land, and in their families, the story of the war is passed down not as history, but as a quiet, stubborn legend of defiance. The physical traces are scattered across the landscape like old bones. In the woods around the prison, there are patches of unmarked graves, simple field stones marking the final resting places of convicts the state didn't bother to send home. The old mine portals, the very ones the rebels worked, are still visible as dark, collapsed scars on the mountainside, sealed with concrete but still seeming to exhale a cold, dead air. A few miles away, near the town once called Coal Creek, a small metal plaque now stands, officially acknowledging the conflict. It's a quiet, understated nod to a war that once set these mountains on fire. Most people who drive past that sign have no idea what it means. The story has been paved over by new roads and drowned out by the noise of the modern world. But when the last tour bus leaves Brushy Mountain for the day and the sun sinks behind the ridge, the old silence returns. And in that silence, you can feel it. The wind whistling through the empty cell blocks sounds like a whisper. The chill that settles in the valley has nothing to do with the weather. The tourists may forget the story as soon as they drive away, but the stones of this prison have not. The mountain remembers everything. So we return to the question that hangs in the cold air of this valley. What is the real curse of Brushy Mountain? Is it the restless spirit of a long-dead inmate, or the shadows that flicker in empty cells? The truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is something far more human and therefore far more chilling. The curse of Brushy Mountain was not born of supernatural forces. It was forged in the fire of human greed and ratified by the cold hand of injustice. The prison wasn't just built on a foundation of stone. It was built on the ashes of a people's rebellion for the simple right to live with dignity. This is more than just the story of a building. It is a story about the indomitable Appalachian spirit. It's a testament to men who were told their hard lives and their families didn't matter, and who answered by shaking the very foundations of the state. They lost their war, yes. They were chained and broken, and many were buried in unmarked graves. But the memory of their defiance is now embedded in these hills, a lesson that must not be forgotten. That even when the fight seems hopeless, there is a profound power, a profound honor in standing your ground. So the next time you hear the name Brushy Mountain, don't just think of infamous escapees or tales of hauntings. Think of those first prisoners. Think of the free miners of Coal Creek who were forced to build their own tomb, stone by blood-soaked stone. Because their story is the prison's true foundation. It is the secret the mountain has held for over a century. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. There's a quiet road just south of Pittsburgh, a place of manicured lawns and peaceful homes. You'd never guess that right here, beneath this very soil, lie the scorched foundations of a war. Not a war against the British,
but a war of Americans against Americans, a violent, fiery clash that tested the soul of a brand new nation. Here, where all you hear now is the wind through the Pennsylvania oaks, the silence was once shattered by gunfire and the roar of a mansion burning to the ground. These ruins have a story to tell, and we are here to listen. We're going to find out how a simple tax on whiskey almost tore the United States apart, just as it was being born. Let's turn back the clock to the 1790s. Forget the suburbs. Imagine a world walled in by the green, unforgiving Allegheny Mountains. The roads, if you could call them that, were little more than muddy ruts, choked with stumps and rocks. This was the frontier, a world away from the political salons of Philadelphia. The people who lived here were the very definition of tough. They were Scots-Irish, Germans, and English settlers, many of them veterans who had shed their blood in the Revolution to win this land. They had come here to build a life on their own terms, free from the reach of distant, powerful men. Life was a daily struggle against the wilderness. They cleared the dense forests, fought off predators, and prayed their crops would survive the harsh seasons. Their wealth grew directly from the soil, mostly in the form of grain, rye, corn, and wheat. But here was the problem that defined their existence. How do you sell it? Getting a bulky, heavy wagon load of grain over those mountains to the markets in the east was a fool's errand. The cost of transport would eat up every penny of profit, and then some. Their most valuable crop was effectively worthless if they couldn't get it to market. So they turned to a kind of mountain alchemy. Every farm of any size had a small, bubbling still. They discovered that by turning their grain into whiskey, they could concentrate its value into a form that was portable, durable, and always in demand. A single pack horse that might struggle to carry 4 bushels of rye could easily carry the equivalent of 24 bushels once it was distilled into liquid form. It was a brilliant, practical solution born from the hard logic of the mountains. But to see this as just a drink is to misunderstand everything. Whiskey wasn't a luxury for these people. It was the lifeblood of their entire economy. In a land where hard cash was scarcer than a friendly taxman, jugs of Monongahela rye were the currency. You paid the blacksmith for shoeing your horse with whiskey. You paid the storekeeper for a new axe with whiskey. You might even pay a portion of the preacher's salary with it. It was their universal medicine, used to treat everything from a snake bite to a winter fever. It was the social lubricant that sealed deals, celebrated weddings, and brought communities together in the local taverns to argue politics and trade news. To tax whiskey, from their perspective, wasn't to tax a simple beverage. It was a tax on their money, a tax on their medicine, a tax on the very fabric of their society. It was a tax on their right to survive in this wild, isolated world they had fought so hard to build. But to understand the collision that was coming, you have to do more than just listen to the whispers in the mountains. You have to look at the official documents, the words that set the whole thing in motion. I'm holding a copy of a newspaper clipping from a Philadelphia paper printed in 1791. The paper is yellowed and brittle, but the words are sharp and clear. It announces an act concerning the duties on spirits distilled within the United States. This wasn't just a law. It was the masterstroke of one of the most brilliant, ambitious, and controversial men in American history, Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. To him, this piece of paper was the solution to a national crisis. The country was drowning in debt from the Revolutionary War, and Hamilton believed that to survive, the United States needed to prove it could pay its bills. He needed a steady, reliable source of federal income, and a tax on whiskey seemed like a logical choice. It was a grand, logical machine on paper, designed to build the nation's credit and assert the power of the new central government. But this document is more than just a financial plan. This is the disconnect. To a man like Hamilton in a Philadelphia office, national credit was everything. To a farmer in a log cabin on the far side of the mountains, it was a phantom concept. This newspaper clipping, with its cold legal language, wasn't seen as a solution. It was seen as a provocation, a declaration of economic war.
and its arrival in the West raises the critical question that ignites the whole conflict. What happens when a law, perfectly logical on paper, is imposed on people whose entire way of life makes that law impossible to obey? When news of Hamilton's excise tax finally trickled over the mountains, carried by weary travelers and in the pages of day-old newspapers, it landed like a lit match in a powder keg. To the farmers, this wasn't a reasonable fiscal policy. It was a deliberate attack on their way of life, orchestrated by a distant government that neither knew nor cared about them. The law, so neat and tidy on Hamilton's desk in Philadelphia, was a declaration of war on the frontier. The poison was in the details, and every detail seemed perfectly crafted to crush the small Western farmer. The tax was levied at a flat rate, which meant a farmer with a small, inefficient still, who produced maybe a few gallons a week for his family and neighbors, paid a far higher percentage of his product's value than the big commercial distilleries back east. It was a law that punished the little guy and rewarded the wealthy operator. Even worse, the tax had to be paid in hard currency, in cash. For the people of the frontier who bartered with whiskey and deerskins, who might not see a silver dollar from one month to the next, this was an impossible demand. It was like asking a man to pay you with a piece of the moon. It proved in their minds that the men who wrote this law had no concept of the world they were trying to rule. But the cruelest twist of the knife, the one that felt like a slap in the face with the ghost of King George, was the matter of justice. If you were accused of not paying the tax, you wouldn't be tried by your neighbors in a local court. No, you would be issued a federal writ, forcing you to abandon your farm and your family and travel 300 agonizing miles over the mountains to a federal courtroom in Philadelphia. There, you'd face a federal judge and a jury of city merchants who saw you as little more than a backwoods savage. This was the very tyranny they had just fought a revolution to escape. The tax collector became the new redcoat, and the whispers of resistance began to build into a roar. To truly understand the fury that was building, official records and old newspapers aren't enough. You have to listen to the stories that were never written down, the ones passed from one generation to the next around a winter fire. I found that story in a small, dusty historical society in Washington County, speaking with a local historian whose family has been in these hills since they were still a wilderness. His name is David Miller, and he is a living library of this region's memory. The air in his office smelled of old paper and leather. He didn't show me a document. Instead, he pointed to a faded map on the wall, a hand-drawn survey of old land grants. "The history books tell you this was about a tax," he said, his voice a low rumble. And it was. But that's not the whole of it. That's not the human part. He tapped his finger on a large plot of land marked Neville. John Neville, the tax inspector. He wasn't some stranger from Philadelphia. He was one of them. He was a distinguished general from the Revolution. He lived right here. His neighbors were men who had served under him in the war. David leaned forward, his eyes intense. "My great-great-grandfather used to say that the real trouble wasn't the tax itself, but the man sent to collect it. They saw Neville with his fancy mansion on the hill and his government salary as a traitor. He had fought alongside them for freedom from a distant government, and now he was taking that same government's coin to oppress his own people, his own soldiers. It wasn't just a political disagreement, it was a deep, personal betrayal. And in these mountains, a betrayal from one of your own that's a wound that doesn't heal with words." The historian's words hung in the air because they explained what happened next. The petitions sent to Philadelphia were ignored. The peaceful assemblies were dismissed as the grumblings of peasants. So, the people of the mountains decided to send a message that couldn't be ignored. It began with the arrival of the federal tax collectors, the excisemen. These were the men tasked with walking into the hornet's nest and demanding payment in a currency that didn't exist, for a law the people refused to recognize. One of the first was a man named Robert Johnson. On September 11, 1791, he was riding his route deep in the woods of Washington County. He wasn't met with arguments or petitions. He was met by a mob of 16 men, their faces grim, their eyes hard. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and veterans, and they moved with a silent, chilling purpose. They dragged Johnson from his horse, stripped him of his coat and his dignity, and shaved his head. Then they brought out the bucket. The stink of hot pine tar filled the air as they coated his bare skin, the viscous black liquid clinging to him like a second, nightmarish flesh. Then they covered him in feathers, turning him into a grotesque mockery of a man, a creature of tar and down. They abandoned him like that, alone and humiliated in the forest, a living, breathing warning to any other federal agent who dared to venture into their hills. He was the first, but he would not be the last. Other excisemen were ambushed, their horses shot out from under them, their faces branded with hot irons. This was the point of no return. Out of this organized violence, a phantom was born. A name began to be whispered in taverns and tacked to the doors of collaborators: Tom the Tinker. No one knew who he was. He was the rebellion's ghost, its enforcer. If a farmer broke ranks and paid the tax, he would find a note from Tom the Tinker on his door, warning him to stop. If he didn't, his still would be mended, riddled with bullets by shadowy figures in the night. The attack on Robert Johnson wasn't just an assault on a man, it was a declaration. For the farmers, it was a necessary act of defiance. For the government in Philadelphia, it was treason. The lines were no longer drawn on a map, they were being drawn in terror and tar. The time for talk was over. The time for guns was coming. I'm standing now on a gentle rise of land in what is today a quiet, affluent suburb. It's called Bower Hill. There are beautiful homes here, cars gliding silently down the paved streets. There's nothing to see but a small bronze historic marker on the side of the road, the kind of thing you barely notice as you drive by. But this ground, right here beneath my feet, is the most important piece of real estate in this entire story. This isn't just a hill, it's a battlefield. Right here stood the ghost of a house. It was the fortified mansion of General John Neville, the tax inspector, a place of wealth and federal authority that loomed over the surrounding countryside. It was a symbol of everything the rebels hated. Looking out over these manicured lawns, you have to peel back the layers of time and imagine it. A two-story log home, but built like a fortress, with thick walls, heavy shutters, and a commanding view of any approach. The orchard, which is now someone's backyard, was where the rebels took cover. The gentle slope leading up to the road was a killing field. This place is the Scar. It's the physical point on the map where the simmering rage of the frontier finally boiled over into open warfare. It was here, in the suffocating heat of July 1794, that hundreds of angry men, their faces set with grim purpose, marched up this very hill. They were no longer a faceless mob of tinkers in the night. They were an army, and they had come to burn down the symbol of their oppression. This is where the talking stopped for good. This quiet suburban hill is where the first real shots of this new American war were fired. The afternoon sun of July 17, 1794, beat down on 500 armed men as they marched on Bower Hill. This was no shadowy band of night riders. This was an organized militia, moving with purpose, their faces smeared with soot and grim determination. They were led by Major James McFarlane, a man who had fought bravely in the Revolution, and now he found himself leading a new army against what he saw as a new tyranny. When they reached the hill, they surrounded Neville's fortified home, a wooden castle on a sea of green grass. The air grew thick with tension. The first shots were sporadic, like the opening drops of a thunderstorm. The rebels took cover behind trees and in the tall grass of the orchard, their long rifles barking at the shuttered windows of the mansion. Inside, Neville and a small detachment of 10 federal soldiers returned fire. For a time, it was a standoff, a deadly dance of smoke and noise. Then, a white flag was seen from inside the house. Or at least,
The rebels thought it was a white flag, a signal for a truce. Major McFarlane, a man of honor who believed in the rules of war, stepped out from behind a tree. He called for Neville to surrender. It was a fatal mistake. A single shot cracked from the mansion, sharper than the others, and McFarlane crumpled to the ground. A wave of horrified silence washed over the rebels, followed by a roar of pure, unadulterated fury. They believed they had been tricked, that their leader had been murdered under a flag of truce. The battle was no longer about attacks. It was now about blood. All restraint was gone. A primal rage took hold of the militia. They screamed for vengeance, their voices a raw chorus of grief and anger. The command was given to set fire to the outbuildings. They lit torches and stormed the smaller structures first, the barns, the smokehouse, and the slave quarters. The sound of splintering wood was followed by the hungry roar of flames. Thick, black smoke began to pour across the lawn, choking the air and turning the blue sky a sickening gray. The fire was a living thing now, a monster they had unleashed. It crawled from the outbuildings to the main house, the intense heat causing the windows of the mansion to shatter. The defenders inside, gasping for air in the suffocating smoke, knew it was over. The choice was to burn alive or surrender to the mob. They chose surrender. Neville and the soldiers stumbled out of the burning fortress, their faces blackened, their hands in the air. The rebels swarmed the property, their victory absolute. They offered no cheer. They simply watched in grim silence as the flames devoured the symbol of their oppression. All through the night, the magnificent estate of Bower Hill burned, its fire a defiant beacon against the dark sky, a signal visible for miles. It was a message to Philadelphia and to the entire nation. The frontier was now in open, armed insurrection against the United States of America. After the fire and the fury comes the ink. I'm in a climate-controlled room at the National Archives, looking at digitized copies of the official correspondence from that summer of 1794. The documents are written in a crisp, elegant script, a world away from the chaos on Bower Hill. Here is the report sent by federal officials back to Philadelphia. It's a masterclass in bureaucratic language designed to be precise, clinical, and utterly bloodless. It refers to the 500 rebels not as grieving neighbors or angry veterans, but as an unlawful assembly of insurgents. It describes the death of their leader, James McFarlane, with chilling simplicity. The insurgent commander was killed during the exchange of fire. There is no mention of a white flag, no hint of the perceived treachery that turned a protest into a blaze of vengeance. The report doesn't talk about rage or fear or betrayal. It talks about logistics and casualties. The destruction of Neville's home is catalogued as a loss of property. The primary dwelling, along with all associated outbuildings, were consumed by fire. It's the kind of language an insurance adjuster might use, not a witness to the opening battle of a civil war. This is the official version of the story, the one that landed on Alexander Hamilton's desk, the one that was read aloud to President George Washington. And it paints a picture of a clear-cut, criminal insurrection against the authority of the United States. It's a picture with all the human desperation, all the years of frustration carefully erased. This piece of paper transformed a desperate, violent protest into an act of treason, and it would be answered not with negotiation, but with an army. The news of Bower Hill struck Philadelphia like a thunderclap. To President George Washington, this was more than a riot. It was the ultimate test of the new republic. He had watched Shays' rebellion nearly tear the country apart under the old, weak Articles of Confederation. He knew that if a government cannot enforce its own laws, it is no government at all. Urged on by a determined Alexander Hamilton, who saw this as the perfect moment to assert federal authority, Washington made a decision that would echo through American history. He would not just send an army, he would lead it. The hero of the Revolution, the man who had defeated the British Empire, would once again mount his horse and ride to war, this time against his own citizens. The dramatic power of this act cannot be overstated.
Washington federalized a militia of nearly 13,000 men from the surrounding states, an army larger than the one he had often commanded against the Redcoats. This was to be an overwhelming, undeniable show of force, a message written not with ink, but with battalions of steel. Back in the mountains, the rebels scoffed. Hearing of the approaching force, they gave it a contemptuous nickname, the Watermelon Army. They sneered that these soft city boys and flatland farmers would never survive the brutal trek over the Alleghenies. They boasted that the mountain passes would become their Thermopylae, where a handful of frontier sharpshooters could hold off thousands. They were brave, defiant, and completely unaware of the psychological weapon marching against them, the living legend of George Washington himself. The rebellion, which had been forged in the fire of shared purpose, began to crumble as the massive federal army drew closer. Washington, in his full military uniform, rode at the head of his troops as far as Bedford, Pennsylvania. His very presence had a profound, chilling effect. This wasn't some faceless bureaucrat from the capital. This was the father of the country, and his face was set against them. The righteous certainty of the rebellion began to waver, then broke completely. When the Watermelon Army finally crested the Allegheny Mountains and descended into the western counties, they found no rebel force waiting for them. The insurrection had evaporated like mountain mist in the morning sun. The leaders, hearing of the approaching Leviathan, had fled down the Ohio River to the wild frontier. The rank-and-file rebels, faced with the overwhelming power of the federal government personified by Washington, simply hid their rifles, went back to their farms, and tried to look invisible. The army became an army of occupation. Soldiers fanned out across the countryside, rounding up suspects in a grim and humiliating manhunt. About 150 men were arrested, and 20 were selected to be made an example of. They were shackled and marched hundreds of miles back to Philadelphia for trial, a long, miserable parade of federal power through the winter cold. In the end, the government's point had been made. Only 2 men were convicted of treason, and in a final act of masterful statesmanship, President Washington pardoned them both. He had shown the nation that its new government had a sword, but it also had the wisdom to know when to keep it in its sheath. Every story, no matter how full of fire and fury, eventually ends here, in a quiet patch of earth, under a silent stone. I am in the cemetery of the Allegheny County Memorial Park, a vast and peaceful place. It took some searching, but I found the grave of Brigadier General John Neville. The stone is solid, imposing, a testament to a man of substance and authority who lived a long life after the flames of Bower Hill died down. His story ended with wealth and respect. He was the man who stood for the law, and he was rewarded for it. But just a few miles away, in a much older, humbler churchyard, is a different kind of stone. It's weathered by 2 centuries of rain and snow, the words growing faint. It marks the grave of Major James McFarland. The inscription honors him as a hero of the Revolution, but it's what isn't written that hangs in the air, that he was killed by his own countrymen while leading a rebellion. He was the hero who died for his cause, the man who believed he was fighting the same fight for freedom all over again. Here they are, the enforcer and the rebel, the man who survived and the man who fell. They were the 2 poles of this entire conflict, and now they lie as quiet neighbors in the same Pennsylvania soil. Their personal wars are long over. But standing here, between these 2 graves, the real question emerges. What happened to the world they fought over after the army went home and the last pardon was signed? What became of the survivors? And what was the true cost of this rebellion, paid by those who had to live in its long, cold shadow? After Washington's army marched home and the pardons were signed, a sullen, bitter peace settled over the hills of western Pennsylvania. The rebellion was crushed, its leaders scattered, its followers humiliated. The federal government had proven its point with a 13,000-man fist.
But it was the peace of subjugation, not reconciliation. For the farmers who remained, the world had changed forever. The federal government was no longer a distant, abstract idea in Philadelphia. It was a real and terrifying power that had marched into their homes and taken their neighbors away in chains. The whiskey tax, the hated cause of the whole affair, remained the law of the land. It was a symbol of the government's victory, a constant reminder of who was in charge. But enforcing it was another matter entirely. The spirit of defiance hadn't been extinguished. It had just learned to be quiet. Federal collectors who ventured into the hills were met not with tar and feathers, but with a wall of silent, uncooperative hostility that was just as effective. The tax was a failure, collecting very little revenue, and it was eventually repealed a few years later by President Thomas Jefferson and his new party, who had risen to power in part by championing the cause of the Western farmer. But the real legacy of the rebellion wasn't political, it was cultural. The open, proud tradition of the farmer distiller was dead. In its place, something new was born in the deep woods and secret hollows. The rebellion went underground. The still, once a common piece of farm equipment, was now hidden deep in the forest, set up in a ravine or a cave, operated by the light of the moon to hide the smoke from the law. The whiskey rebel, a soldier in an open fight, transformed into a new kind of folk hero. The moonshiner, forever locked in a cat-and-mouse game with the federal revenuers. It was the same war, just fought with different tactics. For many families, however, Western Pennsylvania was now tainted ground. The dream of freedom they had sought there had been crushed by the very nation they had helped create. So they did what their ancestors had always done when faced with a power they could not defeat. They moved on. They packed their wagons, loaded up their stills, and pushed further west, over the next set of mountains and across the Ohio River into the wild territories of Kentucky and Tennessee. They took with them their whiskey-making skills, and more importantly, a deep and abiding distrust of a strong central government. The Whiskey Rebellion was over, but its ghost had just begun to haunt the American frontier. So who were the heroes of this story? And who were the villains? The truth is, the answer to that question changes depending on where you're standing. The Whiskey Rebellion didn't just leave behind scorched foundations and faded gravestones. It left behind two powerful, conflicting legacies that tell two completely different stories about the soul of America. The fighting stopped in 1794, but the argument never truly ended. If you read the official histories, the ones written from the perspective of the federal government, the story is straightforward. The rebels were traitors, a dangerous mob who threatened to drag the fragile new republic back into the chaos of anarchy. From this viewpoint, Washington and Hamilton were the saviors of the nation. They were the strong, decisive leaders who stood for law and order, proving that the United States Constitution wasn't just a piece of paper, but an unbreakable covenant. They saved the country from itself. But if you come here, to the old towns and back roads of Western Pennsylvania, and you talk to the people whose ancestors lived this story, you hear a very different version. In these hills, the whiskey rebels are not traitors, they are patriots. They are seen as the true sons of the revolution, men who were defending their homes and their liberty from an unjust, overreaching government, just as they had against the British. In this telling, the rebels were heroes fighting for the common man, and the Federal Army was a tool of oppression sent by Eastern elites to crush them. So which is it? A treasonous insurrection or a patriotic stand for freedom? Was Washington a statesman saving the Republic or a tyrant crushing dissent? The uncomfortable and powerful truth is that the story holds a piece of both. The rebellion was a violent and illegal uprising against the laws of the United States, and the farmers were also fighting against a cripplingly unfair tax that felt like a profound betrayal of the revolution's promise. The real legacy of the Whiskey Rebellion is this deep moral ambiguity. It reminds us that the line between a patriot and a traitor is sometimes just a matter of who wins the war and who gets to write the history. A story as raw and bloody as this one doesn't just sit quietly in the history books, especially not in a place like Appalachia. Raw history is too sharp, too painful. So, over the decades, the community did what all communities do with their traumas. They began to transform it. The hard facts of the rebellion, the court records, the casualty lists, the political debates were ground down, smoothed over, and polished into something you could sing around a fire or tell your children as a warning. The history began to breathe again, but this time as folklore. The most powerful ghost to rise from these ashes wasn't a man, but an idea. Tom the Tinker. He was already a phantom during the rebellion, a faceless symbol of collective rage. In the years that followed, he became something more. He morphed into a folk hero, a backwoods Robin Hood who fought the rich and the powerful. And then he slipped further, into legend. Old-timers would tell you that on a quiet night, when the moon was just right over the hollows, you could still hear Tom the Tinker, no longer riddling a collaborator's still with bullets, but acting as a phantom guardian, a protective spirit for the moonshiners who carried on the tradition. Ballads were written and sung to the tune of an old fiddle, telling the sad tale of the brave Major McFarlane shot down under a flag of truce. The Watermelon Army became a cautionary tale, a story parents told their children about the awesome, terrifying power of the government in the East, a reminder to never get on the wrong side of it. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's when the sharp edges of history are worn away, and what's left is no longer just a series of events, but a legend. The rebellion was over, but its story had now become a permanent part of the mountains themselves, a ghost in the American machine. And so, we find ourselves back where we started. On this quiet rise of land south of Pittsburgh, on the place they call Bower Hill. The cars still glide by, the lawns are still green, but the place looks different now, doesn't it? It's no longer just a dot on a map with a historical marker. Beneath this peaceful suburban veneer, we can now see the battlefield. We can picture the smoke, hear the shouts, and feel the heat from the flames of that burning mansion. We have pieced together the whispers of this place, and they told us a story of a nation at war with itself. It was never just about whiskey. It was about two Americas, born at the same time but with fundamentally different souls. The orderly, centralized nation envisioned by the men in Philadelphia, and the wild, fiercely independent world of the frontier. The Whiskey Rebellion was the first time those two Americas met in open conflict, a violent collision of ideals that tested the very foundation of the new republic. It was a brutal, necessary lesson that proved the government could survive a challenge to its authority, but at the cost of blood and bitterness that would linger for generations. The next time you cross the Allegheny Mountains, or pass a small family-owned distillery, or hear a debate about the reach of the federal government, remember the farmers of Western Pennsylvania. Remember the story that is buried here. The men are gone. The mansion is ash. But the story remains. If you stand on the courthouse square in Manchester, Kentucky, and just listen, you can almost feel it. The sounds of today, the hum of traffic, the distant laughter from a storefront, they're just a thin veneer. Beneath that, there's an echo, a deep, cold resonance in the very ground beneath your feet. Because it was right here, on this patch of earth, that a man of God committed an unholy act in broad daylight. He took a life, and in doing so, held a mirror up to the soul of a time and a place known to history as Bloody Clay. The question that hangs in the air, even after more than a century, isn't just about the crack of the pistol that shattered the autumn quiet. It's about the man who pulled the trigger. How does a devout Methodist minister, a man sworn to peace, become a killer? And more chillingly, how does a jury of his peers look upon that act and call it justice? Today, we're going to listen to those echoes.
These old bricks and this worn-down soil have a story to tell, and we are here to piece it together. To understand what happened on that courthouse square, you have to rewind the clock to 1899 and step into a world that feels both ancient and terrifyingly raw. This is Clay County, Kentucky. Deep in the Cumberland Mountains, cut off by ridges and creeks, this place had its own set of rules, and they were written in blood. The rest of America was looking forward to a new century of progress, but here, the wounds of the Civil War were still fresh, still weeping. They called it Bloody Clay, and it was a name earned through decades of ambush, assassination, and open warfare on the streets. The war had split this land down the middle, not just north and south, but neighbor against neighbor, cousin against cousin. The Baker clan, staunchly Unionist and Republican, found themselves locked in a bitter struggle for power against a formidable alliance of ex-Confederate families, the Howards, the Whites, and the Gilberts. This wasn't just about who sat in the courthouse. It was a feud over everything. It was about land, about the profits from the salt mines, and most of all, it was about honor. In these mountains, a man's honor was his most valuable possession, and an insult to it demanded a violent reply. In the middle of this cauldron walked Reverend George D. Baker. He was no backwoods preacher screaming at the sky. He was a respected traveling Methodist minister, a man whose words could soothe a grieving widow or inspire a congregation to grace. In a community held together by faith and family, the preacher was meant to be the moral compass, the peacemaker who stood above the endless cycle of revenge. He was the shepherd, meant to guide his flock away from the darkness. But George Baker had a second identity, one that was fused to his very bones. He was a Baker. He was born into the feud, raised on stories of kinsmen shot from their saddles or gunned down in town. The unwritten law of the mountains was absolute. Blood answers for blood. A man stood with his family, or he stood for nothing at all. Every day of his life, Reverend Baker walked an impossible tightrope, balancing the teachings of Christ's forgiveness in one hand and the heavy burden of his clan's honor in the other. His direct rival, the man who embodied everything the Bakers fought against, was Tom Howard. Howard was not just another feudist with a quick temper, he was the elected Clay County clerk. He held a position of legitimate power, controlling records, documents, and the official gears of local government. As a leader of the Democratic faction, he was the public face of the Baker family's oldest and deadliest enemies. And so, the stage was set. The town of Manchester was a tinderbox, and these two men were like sparks in the wind. Every time their paths crossed on the dusty main street, the air would grow thick and cold. It was more than a personal dislike. It was a collision of two worlds. It was the law of the state versus the law of the clan, the power of the vote versus the power of the gun. And in Bloody Clay, everyone knew that sooner or later, one of them would have to give way. The real work of understanding a story like this happens away from the courthouse square, in the quiet, dusty rooms where the past is filed away. It's a hunt through county archives, turning the fragile pages of old ledgers, the air thick with the smell of brittle paper and decaying ink. You're searching for more than just facts. You're looking for the voice of the time, a whisper from the world that was. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you find it. In a collection of local papers from the turn of the century, I found this. It's a clipping from the Clay County Republican, dated just 2 days after the killing. The paper is yellowed and flakes at the edges, but the headline is bold and clear. A necessary act. Reverend Baker defends his life against aggressor. It's not a headline reporting a tragedy. It's a headline declaring a victory. Reading the article is like looking at a photograph where the focus has been deliberately blurred. It paints Tom Howard as a belligerent tyrant and Reverend Baker as a patient man of God pushed beyond his limits. It speaks of Howard's known history of threats and Baker's unimpeachable character. This isn't just a news report.
It's a carefully crafted piece of propaganda written by Baker's political allies to control the narrative before the body was even cold. This single piece of paper proves that the shooting wasn't an isolated event born of a chance argument. It was the climax of a public and vicious feud that had been escalating for some time. This article is a weapon, fired in a war of words that was already raging. And it raises a chilling question. What were they fighting about? What was the final, unforgivable offense that pushed these two men from veiled threats and political maneuvering to a deadly confrontation in the street? That newspaper clipping was not the beginning of the story, but the result of a deliberate and escalating campaign. In the months leading up to that November day, the feud had shifted from simmering resentment to an open war of words fought in the pages of rival newspapers. The Clay County Republican, the voice of the Baker clan, began a relentless assault on Tom Howard. Week after week, it printed articles accusing the county clerk of corruption, of abusing his office for personal gain, and of being a political tyrant who ruled through fear. Each article was a public slap in the face, a calculated attack on Howard's honor designed to undermine his authority in the eyes of the people. They painted him as a snake in the very heart of the county government. For a man in his position, in a place like Clay County, these were not mere political jabs. They were accusations that demanded a response. And in a land where a man's reputation was all he had, a response often meant violence. This is where Reverend George D. Baker stepped from the pulpit into the heart of the conflict. He wasn't just a passive supporter of his family's newspaper. His sermons, known for their fiery passion, began to take on a new, sharper edge. He preached about sin and corruption, about the duty of good men to stand against the forces of darkness in their community. While he may not have named Tom Howard from the pulpit, everyone in the pews knew exactly who the serpents and money changers in the temple were. He was giving his clan's political war a divine sanction, transforming a struggle for power into a holy crusade. Tom Howard found himself besieged. His name was being dragged through the mud in print, and now the most respected preacher in the region was calling down hellfire upon him every Sunday. He was being politically and morally isolated. Cornered and enraged, Howard did what feudists do. He pushed back. He began making public threats. On the streets of Manchester, in saloons and storefronts, he made it known that if the lies didn't stop, he would silence the liars himself. And he specifically named Reverend George D. Baker. The seeds of conflict were now fully sown. The battle had moved from the printed page to open verbal threats. The entire town of Manchester could feel the change in the air. The tension was no longer a political disagreement, it was a personal death threat. Two of the most powerful men in Clay County were on a collision course, and everyone was just waiting for the crash. It was no longer a question of if it would happen, but when. Newspapers and official records can give you the skeleton of a story, but they can't give you its heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who have kept the story alive, not on paper, but in memory. In Clay County, there are still folks who hold the oral traditions, the tales passed down over generations that fill in the gaps the official histories leave behind. I found one of them in an old-timer named Silas, a local historian whose family has lived in these hills since before Kentucky was a state. We sat on his front porch, the afternoon sun filtering through the oak trees, and he spoke of the past as if it were yesterday. He listened patiently as I recounted the details I'd found, the newspaper war, the political maneuvering. He just nodded slowly, a wry smile on his face. "That's the official story," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "That's the part they wanted everyone to see. But the old folks in my family, they always said the real trouble, the thing that made it all unavoidable, happened just 3 days before the shooting. It wasn't in any newspaper. According to the story passed down in his family, Tom Howard, pushed to the breaking point by the relentless attacks, finally went looking for the Reverend. He didn't find him in the courthouse or a saloon, but on the street, not far from the Methodist church. He walked right up to Baker, his face a mask of cold fury. And what he said wasn't just a threat, it was an attack on the man's very soul. He didn't yell, Silas told me. He spoke just loud enough for Baker to hear. "You hide your feud behind that Bible, preacher," Howard hissed. "You call me a sinner from your pulpit while you sick your family's dogs on me in the papers."
"You ain't a man of God. You're a coward, using the cross as a shield for your own hate." In that moment, Tom Howard did more than just insult George Baker. He ripped away the one thing that allowed the preacher to reconcile the two halves of his life. He accused him of being a hypocrite and a coward, invalidating his faith and his honor in a single breath. As Silas finished the story, he looked at me, his eyes clear and steady. "Now you understand," he said. After that was said, one of them had to die. It was just a matter of who got the first shot. The confrontation, when it finally came, was not a wild brawl in a smoky saloon. It was something far more chilling. Just 3 days before the end, Tom Howard found what he was looking for. He saw the Reverend George Baker walking along the main street, not far from the shadow of his own church steeple. The air was crisp with the promise of winter, and the usual bustle of Manchester seemed to fade into a low hum as Howard altered his course, his steps deliberate and heavy on the hard-packed dirt. He didn't rush. He didn't shout. He simply moved to block the preacher's path, forcing him to stop. For a moment, the two most powerful enemies in Clay County stood face to face, the space between them crackling with generations of hate. Witnesses would later say that Howard's voice was low, controlled, a venom colder than the November wind. He looked the minister dead in the eye, and the words he spoke were not a challenge to a fight, but a judgment on a man's soul. "You hide your feud behind that Bible, preacher," Howard said, the words cutting through the quiet air. "You call me a sinner from your pulpit while you sick your family's dogs on me in the papers." He took a slight step closer, his gaze unwavering. "You ain't a man of God. You're a coward, using the cross as a shield for your own hate." In that single devastating moment, Tom Howard had found the one weapon that could pierce George Baker's armor. He didn't just question his honor as a Baker, he publicly condemned his integrity as a man of faith. He declared that the Reverend's entire life, his ministry, his moral authority, was a lie. For a man who had built his identity on those two irreconcilable pillars, clan and cloth, it was an accusation of absolute spiritual bankruptcy. The tightrope he had walked for so long had just been severed. George Baker said nothing. He simply stood there, his face a stone mask. But something in his eyes changed. The fire of the preacher was extinguished, replaced by the cold, hard glint of the feudist. The argument was over. The debates, the sermons, the newspaper articles, they were all meaningless now. Tom Howard had delivered the final, unforgivable insult, and in the unwritten law of bloody clay, such a thing could only be answered one way. Howard turned and walked away, leaving the minister standing alone in the street. But it was too late. The line had been crossed, the words had been spoken, and they could never be taken back. In that quiet, tense exchange, a death sentence had been passed. The only question left was who would be the executioner and who would be the condemned. So I'm standing here now, back on the courthouse square in Manchester. The building you see today isn't the one that stood here in 1899. That was an older, two-story brick building, the kind with tall windows that seemed to look down on the town like weary old eyes. That building is gone, lost to time and progress. But the ground is the same. The earth that drank Tom Howard's blood is still right here, paved over, but present. This whole square is a witness mark, right here. This is where it happened. The county clerk's office was in that original courthouse, so Tom Howard would have been walking right across this very path, maybe heading for the street. And based on all accounts, Reverend Baker was approaching from that direction, coming into the heart of town. This patch of ground was their collision point, the inevitable destination for two men who had run out of words. This wasn't an ambush in a dark hollow or a fight in a lawless saloon.
This was a confrontation set to happen in the very center of civic life, in the shadow of the law itself. Storekeepers would have been sweeping their porches, farmers negotiating prices, children running errands. They were all about to become the audience for the final bloody act of a drama that had been building for months. They were about to see the moment when the last thread of civility in bloody clay finally snapped. On that fateful November day, the inevitable finally arrived. Reverend George Baker and Tom Howard met on the courthouse square. The exact words spoken between them were lost to the wind and the partisan accounts that followed, but they were surely little more than a final, venomous formality. It was the last spark falling onto a powder keg that had been packed with generations of hatred and a week of unforgivable insults. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. The clatter of wagons, the murmur of conversation, it all seemed to fade away as the two men stood locked in that final, silent challenge. Then, a blur of motion, a hand diving beneath a coat. The sound that shattered the afternoon quiet wasn't a single shot, but a deafening, thunderous crack of pistols echoing between the wooden storefronts. It wasn't the sound of a fight. It was the sound of an ending. Pigeons scattered from the courthouse roof in a frantic grey cloud. A woman on the far side of the square dropped a basket of apples, and they rolled, unheeded, across the dirt. Everything froze. When the smoke cleared, the scene was stark and horrifyingly simple. Tom Howard was on his feet, but only just. He staggered back a step, a look of profound surprise on his face, his hand clutching at his chest. A dark patch began to bloom across his shirt, a terrible flower of violence. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Then, with a finality that silenced the entire town, he collapsed in a heap on the ground. Standing over him, his feet planted firm, was the Methodist minister, George D. Baker. His face was not one of rage or panic, but of grim, unyielding determination. The hand that had baptized children and offered the communion wafer now held a smoking pistol. He had shot and killed the Clay County clerk in broad daylight in the very heart of town, and he made no move to run. The battle was over. In the terrible silence that followed, the only thing left to do was count the cost. After the chaos of the courthouse square, the story moves indoors into the quiet, methodical world of paper and ink. I'm sitting in a county records office, a place where human dramas are boiled down into simple, declarative sentences written in the elegant, spidery script of the past. In my hands, I have a copy of the coroner's inquest for Thomas Howard, dated November 1899. It's a document of brutal efficiency. Under cause of death, the physician wrote just 2 words. Pistol shot. 2 words. That's all the official record has to say about the violent end of a man's life. It doesn't mention the generations of animosity, the public insults, or the look of shock on his face as he fell. The paper reduces the entire complex, bloody feud into a simple clinical fact. It strips away the passion, the hatred, and the honor, leaving only the sterile mechanics of the event. This is the first step in the law's attempt to make sense of the unthinkable. Then there's the sheriff's logbook entry for that day. It's just as lean. George D. Baker surrendered himself into my custody this afternoon. States he shot Thomas Howard in self-defense after being threatened. Here it is, the moment the story pivots. The raw, violent act on the street is immediately being framed, packaged into a legal defense. Self-defense. In the world of bloody clay, those 2 words carried an immense weight, a meaning far deeper than any law book could define. Reading these documents, you realize the official record is a different language. It has no words for the code of the mountains. It cannot record the weight of an insult or the sacred duty to kin. All the raw human emotion that led to the shooting is invisible here. These papers tell you what happened, but they are utterly silent on the why. And it was in that vast, silent space between the facts on the page and the truth of the feud that the fate of Reverend George D. Baker would be decided. There was no manhunt for Reverend Baker. He did not flee into the mountains or attempt to hide among his kin. In a move that demonstrated a deep understanding of the local power dynamics, he walked calmly from the scene of the shooting, his pistol likely still warm, and surrendered himself to the sheriff. He knew the fight had not ended. It had simply moved into a new arena, the courtroom. He was gambling that the same code of honor that led him to pull the trigger would be the very thing that set him free. The trial of the killer preacher was a sensation. It drew crowds from all over the surrounding counties, packing the small Manchester courthouse to the rafters. On one side of the room sat the somber, black-clad family of Tom Howard, their faces etched with grief and a thirst for vengeance. On the other side sat the Bakers and their allies, a formidable wall of support for their preacher and kinsman. The entire Clay County feud was condensed into that one superheated room, the air thick with tension and the unspoken threat of more violence. The prosecution presented a clear, logical case. They argued that this was a premeditated assassination, the culmination of a political and personal vendetta. They had witnesses who saw the confrontation. They had the body of the county clerk as their star exhibit. They argued that a man of God, of all people, should have turned the other cheek. It was a solid case, built on the foundation of state law and Christian morality. But Baker's defense was not built on the law of Kentucky. It was built on the law of the mountains. His lawyers didn't deny he pulled the trigger. Instead, they painted a picture of a good man pushed to the brink. They brought witness after witness to testify about Tom Howard's aggressive nature and the public threats he had made against the Reverend's life. Baker himself took the stand, a commanding and sympathetic figure. He spoke not of politics, but of the primal fear for his life. He claimed that when he met Howard on the square, he saw a man ready to kill him, and in the kill or be killed world they all inhabited, he had no choice but to shoot first. The jury, 12 men from Clay and the surrounding hills, listened intently. They were not just jurors. They were men who lived by the same code. They understood the weight of a public threat, the unforgivable nature of certain insults. They were being asked to judge George Baker not by the cold letter of the law, but by the unwritten rules of survival and honor that governed their own lives. When the time came, the verdict was delivered to a silent, packed courtroom. Not guilty. Reverend George D. Baker had killed a man, and his peers had declared it justice. He walked out of the courthouse a free man, leaving the family of Tom Howard to wonder if there was any law in Kentucky that could touch a Baker. The final chapter of any feud isn't written in a courthouse ledger or a yellowed newspaper. It's written here, in a quiet mountain cemetery where the only sounds are the wind in the cedar trees and the crunch of your own feet on the gravel path. The stones here are old, tilted by the slow creep of the earth, their inscriptions worn smooth by a century of rain and snow. This is where the passions of bloody Clay came for their final, silent rest. It takes some searching to find Tom Howard. His stone is in a family plot, a solid, respectable granite marker befitting a man of his station. The inscription is fading now, but you can still make out his name and his title, Clay County Clerk. It's a final, silent testament to the power he once held. The stone is weathered, clean, but not meticulously tended. It feels like a monument to a past that is slowly, surely being forgotten. Here lies a man who lost the most important fight of his life, and the quiet dignity of his grave seems to echo that defeat. Then, just over a small rise, on the other side of the cemetery, you find the Baker family plot. And there it is. Reverend George D. Baker's stone is simpler, more humble, marked with a plain cross. It's the grave of a minister, not a warrior. But there's a key difference here. The ground around it is clearer, and a small, faded plastic flower sits at its base, a sign that someone still comes to remember. His legacy, it seems, has lingered in a way that Howard's has not. They lie maybe 200 feet from one another. All the fury, the power struggles, the public condemnations, and the final fatal violence on the courthouse square, it all ends here.
They are neighbors now, enemies in life who share the same quiet Kentucky soil in death. But leaving that courthouse a free man was not the end of the story. For the Reverend, for his family, and for the shattered family of the man he killed, acquittal was not the same as peace. A new, long shadow was just beginning to fall. Freedom, in bloody Clay County, was a complicated thing. When Reverend George D. Baker walked out of that courthouse, acquitted and unbowed, he wasn't returning to a life of quiet ministry. He was returning to a war that he had just won a major battle in. The law had exonerated him, but the feud was far from over. The long shadow of the man he killed would follow him and the entire county for years to come. The most powerful legend about the killer preacher, the one that still sends a shiver down the spine, is what happened the very next Sunday. He ascended to his pulpit as he always did. The church was filled to overflowing, a tense mix of his loyal Baker kin and other townsfolk, all watching, waiting to see what the man who had killed another just days before would have to say. He opened his Bible, looked out over the congregation, and his voice boomed with the same fire and conviction as always. He did not preach of mercy or forgiveness. He preached from the Old Testament, a fiery sermon about righteous justice, about smiting one's enemies, about the sacred duty to protect one's own from the forces of evil. He didn't need to name Tom Howard. Every soul in that room knew who the Philistine was in his sermon. He was not asking for forgiveness. He was claiming divine justification. For the Howard family, the acquittal was not an ending, but a declaration of war. The legal system had failed them, siding with their enemy. In their eyes, the verdict was a profound and unforgivable insult, proof that the Bakers owned the law in Clay County. The grief for their fallen leader curdled into a cold, hard resolve. They were now bound by honor to seek their own justice. The feud did not die with Tom Howard. His death became a rallying cry, a martyr's blood that guaranteed the violence would continue for another generation. And so, Clay County did not find peace. The acquittal hardened the battle lines. The Bakers and their allies were emboldened, convinced of the righteousness of their cause. The Howards and their supporters were driven by a fresh, burning sense of grievance. The violence sputtered on, in ambushes on lonely roads and sudden confrontations in town. The long shadow of that courthouse showdown poisoned the community, ensuring that sons would inherit the hatreds of their fathers. Reverend George D. Baker, for his part, continued to preach. He lived for many more years, a respected elder in his clan and a pillar of his church. He died an old man, a living paradox, who never seemed to have been troubled by the two halves of his life. To his flock and his family, he remained a man of God who had been forced to defend himself. He was the shepherd who, to protect his flock, had been forced to kill a wolf. The story of his life, however, would serve as a dark and permanent reminder that in the mountains, the law of God and the law of man could both be bent to the will of the feud. Even today, more than 100 years after the smoke cleared on the courthouse square, the story of the killer preacher is not a settled piece of history in Clay County. It's a living wound. The feud itself may have faded, but its memory has split into two powerful, irreconcilable currents that still flow through the community. The truth, you see, depends entirely on which side of the cemetery you're standing on. If you talk to folks with Baker blood, or those whose families were allied with them, a clear picture emerges. To them, Reverend George D. Baker remains a pillar of strength and conviction. He was a man of God, yes, but he was also a man of his time and place, forced to defend his very life against a corrupt and violent political enemy. In their telling, the acquittal wasn't a miscarriage of justice. It was the will of the community, a righteous verdict for a man who had been pushed too far. He is remembered as a hero, a symbol of the unbreakable bond of family and the courage to stand against tyranny. But if you find someone with a connection to the Howard clan, you will hear a different gospel entirely. They will tell you the story of a cold-blooded hypocrite who hid a killer's heart behind the cloth of the ministry. They'll speak of a political assassination
carefully planned and brutally executed, disguised as a chance street fight. To them, Tom Howard was a duly elected public servant, a husband and a father, murdered for standing up to the Bakers' control of the county. The trial was a sham, the verdict a final bitter insult delivered by a jury of their enemies' friends. In this version, Reverend Baker is no hero. He is the villain, a man who twisted both the law of man and the word of God to get away with murder. So who was he? A righteous man of God or a sanctimonious killer? Was Tom Howard a dangerous aggressor or a public servant trying to do his job? The absolute objective truth of what was in each man's heart on that day is likely buried with them under those worn granite stones. What remains are these two opposing legacies, two powerful stories passed down through generations. The feud is over, but the battle for how it is remembered rages on in the quiet conversations and the long memories of these mountains. When a story is this raw, this soaked in blood and betrayal and impossible choices, it refuses to stay dead and buried in the past. It breaks free from the brittle pages of history books and the sworn testimony of court records. It seeps into the soil of the place where it happened, and over the decades, it grows into something else entirely, a legend. The story of Reverend George D. Baker is no longer just a historical event in Clay County. It's a piece of local folklore. It has become a cautionary tale, the kind a grandfather might tell his grandson to explain the dark complexities of the world. It's a warning that a man's character is never simple, that even a man of God can carry a killer's resolve in his heart. It's the ultimate Appalachian parable, a stark reminder that in these mountains, the bonds of blood can sometimes be stronger than the bonds of faith, and that blood is often thicker than holy water. And like all powerful stories of violence, it left a ghost behind. Some people in Manchester will tell you that on a cold, quiet November evening, if you stand in just the right spot on the courthouse square, you can feel it. A sudden drop in temperature, a cold spot where the air seems heavier, more sorrowful. Others claim to have heard things on the wind, not a voice, but the faint echo of a heated argument, followed by a terrible, profound silence. It is the psychic scar left on the landscape, the final transformation of the killer preacher's story from a human tragedy into a haunting. This is what happens when history bleeds into legend. The sharp edges of fact, the exact words spoken, the precise sequence of events get worn smooth over time. What's left is the dark, unsettling truth at the heart of the tale. That the line between a saint and a sinner, a hero and a murderer, can sometimes be as thin as a trigger pull. So here we are, back where we began, on the courthouse square in Manchester. The place hasn't changed in the last hour of our journey, but our understanding of it has. The echo I spoke of when we started is clearer now. It's no longer a vague feeling in the air. It has a voice. It speaks of honor and insult, of faith and fury, of a man who tried to hold both a Bible and a pistol and found himself forced to choose which one to use. We came here with a simple, shocking question. How does a preacher become a killer? But the story of Reverend George D. Baker and Tom Howard teaches us that the truth is never simple. It's a dark and tangled web of old wounds from a forgotten war, the brutal pride of the clan, and the impossible pressure cooker of a community where the law of the gun often spoke louder than the law of the land. We saw how a verdict of not guilty didn't bring peace, but only guaranteed that the long shadow of violence would stretch into a new generation. And this story, in the end, isn't just about a feud in the Kentucky mountains over a century ago. It's a chilling lesson about the fragility of civilization itself. It shows us how quickly our highest ideals, our faith, our laws, our sense of morality can be swept away by older, deeper currents of blood, honor, and revenge. The story of the killer preacher is a permanent and powerful reminder that the most dangerous ground isn't in some distant, lawless hollow, but in the conflicted heart of a human being. The men who lived and died by that code are gone now. The old courthouse they fought to control is nothing but a memory. But the next time you pass through a small town and see its courthouse square, listen.
Listen for the echoes of the stories that ground is holding on to. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. They say that on the 4th of July, the road up Cherry Mountain was choked with a pilgrimage of the thirsty and the defiant. Thousands of people, judges and outlaws, preachers and laborers, climbed that steep North Carolina slope, drawn by a single promise. At the summit, a stout, smiling man named Amos Owens stood beside barrels of a legendary ruby-red liqueur, ladling it out for free to all who came. He was a moonshiner, a tax evader, an enemy of the federal government. But on that mountain, he was a king. How does a man become a legend in his own lifetime? How does a common criminal earn the loyalty of an entire region, turning his defiance into a roaring celebration that the law itself was powerless to stop? Was he a simple man breaking the law for profit? Or was he the last bastion of a fiercely independent mountain spirit? Today, we're going to pour a glass of history and trace the life of the one and only Cherry Bounce King, to understand the man who built a kingdom from corn, wild cherries, and an unbreakable will. To understand a man like Amos Owens, you have to understand the ground he was raised on. He was born in 1822 in Rutherford County, North Carolina, a place where the Blue Ridge Mountains begin to claw their way toward the sky. This wasn't just a landscape, it was a fortress. The people who settled these hollows were mostly Scotch-Irish, folks who carried a deep and abiding distrust of distant governments in their bones. They had fled kings and landlords once, and they weren't about to bow to a tax collector from Washington, D.C. Life here was a constant struggle against rock, weather, and isolation. A family's wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their corn patch, the health of their livestock, and the strength of their kin. Corn was life, but it was heavy and difficult to transport over rugged mountain trails. Turning that corn into whiskey was simple economics. It was a way to concentrate a year's worth of hard labor into a portable, profitable, and potent form. For these mountain families, the smoke from a copper still wasn't the sign of a crime. It was the smell of survival. This world operated on a code older than any federal law. Your word was your bond. Your family was your nation. An insult to your honor had to be answered, and a neighbor in need was to be helped without question. The law was something that existed down in the flatlands, an alien system that didn't understand the realities of mountain life. The stories of the Whiskey Rebellion of the 1790s weren't taught as a failed uprising. They were passed down as tales of righteous defiance, cementing the belief that a man had a God-given right to his own craft. But Amos wasn't just a product of the mountains. He was forged in the fires of a foreign war. As a young man, he left his secluded home to fight in the Mexican-American War. Imagine that transition, from the quiet, green solitude of Appalachia to the dusty, brutal battlefields of a foreign land. This experience hardened him. It taught him discipline. It showed him a world far beyond his mountain, and it likely reinforced his belief in self-reliance above all else. He was a veteran, a man who had served his country. When Amos Owens returned home, he came back a different man. He had seen the authority of the United States government up close, but he chose to climb back up Cherry Mountain and live by the old code. He didn't see a contradiction in having fought for the flag and then defying its laws. In his mind, the government had its place, and that place was not on his mountain, telling him what he could and could not do with the corn he grew with his own 2 hands. This was the crucible that created the Cherry Bounce King. He was a man of his people, steeped in a tradition of defiance. He was a farmer who understood the brutal math of survival. And he was a soldier who had learned how to stand his ground. The mountain gave him his ingredients and his fortress, but his unbending character, that was forged in the history of his ancestors and the heat of war. Long before the name Cherry Bounce King echoed through the halls of government, there was just Amos Owens, the artisan. Before the roaring crowds and the legendary defiance, there was the quiet solitude of the pre-dawn hours, the gentle hiss of the copper still, and the steady hand of a man who was a master of his craft. He wasn't just brewing moonshine, he was practicing an art form passed down through generations. He knew the corn by its feel, the fire by its sound, and the final product by a single practiced taste. His cherry bounce wasn't just potent, it was perfect, a testament to a pride in his work that no federal law could ever touch. But this craft wasn't for his own glory. It was the foundation of his family. The income from his hidden stills meant his wife had what she needed and his children never went to bed hungry. It meant he could afford good tools for his farm and solid shoes for their feet. His operation allowed him to build a life on that rugged mountain that was a step above mere survival. He was a patriarch in the truest mountain sense, the unwavering provider and protector of his clan. The world he built was one of security and stability, a small, independent nation with his homestead at its capital. And his influence spread beyond his own fence line. On Cherry Mountain and in the hollows below, Amos Owens was a pillar of the community. In a place where cash was as rare as a flat piece of land, he was the local economy's heartbeat. He bought his neighbors surplus corn at a fair price, providing them with the hard currency they needed. When a family fell on hard times, it was often Amos they turned to for a loan or assistance, a request he rarely refused. He commanded a deep, unshakable respect, not because of fear, but because his success was shared with those around him. This was the kingdom Amos Owens built, long before the outside world took notice. It was a world governed by loyalty, sustained by his craft, and centered on his family and community. It was a life of quiet dignity and fierce independence, a peaceful defiance conducted not with guns, but with copper pots and wild cherries. This was everything he stood to lose. It wasn't just a business the revenuers were threatening. It was his home, his honor, and the entire world he held dear. Every great man has a current running through him, a force that drives his every decision. For Amos Owens, that force was a stubborn pride as unyielding as mountain granite. It was a conviction buried deep in his soul that no man born in a distant city had the right to tell him what he could do on his own land. This wasn't just a belief, it was the very bedrock of his identity. He didn't just break the law, he disdained it. He saw the federal tax on liquor not as a legal statute, but as an intolerable insult to his craft and his heritage. This pride wasn't a quiet, internal thing. It was loud, bold, and defiant. While other moonshiners operated in the shadows, speaking in whispers and moving by moonlight, Amos Owens built a lighthouse. His legendary 4th of July and Christmas celebrations, where he gave away his cherry bounce by the barrelful, were the ultimate expression of this flaw. These weren't just parties, they were public declarations. He was telling the world, and specifically the federal government, I am here. This is my craft, and I am not ashamed of it. Come and get me if you dare. There's a story, told and retold until it's become gospel in those parts, that perfectly captures this audacious spirit. After one of his many arrests, Amos was brought before a judge who, tired of their game, levied a particularly steep fine against him. The courtroom fell silent, expecting the old moonshiner to protest or ask for time to pay. Instead, Amos simply nodded, reached deep into the pocket of his overalls, and pulled out a thick wad of cash, bills still smelling faintly of corn mash and wood smoke. He counted out the full amount, placed it on the bench without a word, and walked out a free man. It was not an act of submission, it was an act of mockery. He was using the profits of his crime to pay the penalty, reducing the judge's sentence to a mere business expense. This pride, this absolute refusal to bend, was his greatest strength in the eyes of his neighbors. It's what made him a folk hero. But it was also the crack in his armor. It made him visible. It made him a target. A lesser man might have laid low after a raid, moved his still, and sold his product quietly. But Amos' pride wouldn't allow that. He would rebuild, bigger and better, and the smoke would rise from his chimney stack on Cherry Mountain like a defiant flag, a signal to the law that he had not been beaten. His flaw, then, was his inability to compromise his own code. He was a king on his mountain, and kings do not bow. This stubborn streak ensured that his conflict with the government would never be a quiet, hidden affair. It was destined to become a public spectacle, a long and drawn-out war of attrition. He was daring the lightning to strike, forgetting that in the world of federal law, the storm always gathers eventually. For years, the dance between Amos Owens and the law had a familiar, almost comfortable rhythm. A federal marshal, often a local man who understood the mountain ways, would make the reluctant journey up Cherry Mountain. Stills would be broken, a warrant would be served, and Amos would go along peacefully. It was a ritual, a game of appearances, where the law made its point, and Amos paid his tax in the form of a fine. He always rebuilt, and the marshals always knew he would. There was a strange, unspoken understanding in this ongoing feud. But after the Civil War, the music changed. The federal government was nearly bankrupt, and its thirst for tax revenue became insatiable. The Bureau of Internal Revenue was empowered, unleashing a new breed of agent upon the mountains. These weren't local men playing a part. They were strangers with cold eyes and a fervent belief in federal authority. They saw the mountains not as a different world with its own rules, but as a den of tax cheats who were robbing the US Treasury. Their mission wasn't to play a game, it was to win a war. The spark that lit the fuse came on a crisp autumn morning. A team of these new, determined revenuers stormed Cherry Mountain. This raid was different. It wasn't just about the equipment. With grim efficiency, they found Amos's aging cellar, a cool space dug into the mountainside where his finished product, his art, was stored. They didn't confiscate it. With axes and sledgehammers, they systematically smashed every jug and barrel. Years of work, hundreds of gallons of his legendary cherry bounce gushed out and stained the earth a deep, bloody red. They were destroying his legacy, pouring his very soul into the dirt. Amos Owens, who had always met his arrest with a wry smile, stood and watched this sacrilege in cold silence. This was no longer a matter of business. They hadn't just destroyed his property, they had committed an act of profound disrespect. They had vandalized his art, violated the sanctity of his craft, and declared that his life's work was nothing more than contraband to be annihilated. The unspoken rules of their long dance had been shattered. For Amos, this was a declaration of war. This act was an unforgivable affront precisely because it struck at the heart of his defiant pride. To be arrested was one thing. To be treated as a common criminal whose masterpiece deserved no more respect than ditch water was another. They had challenged his status, his honor, and his identity as the king of his own mountain. In that moment, watching his life's work bleed into the ground, a decision was made. He would no longer be a mere moonshiner who got caught now and then. He would become a symbol. His operation would grow larger, his celebrations more brazen, and his name would become a banner of defiance for the entire region to rally behind. The red stain on the ground where his cherry bounce had been spilled was a line drawn in the dirt. Amos Owens' response wasn't fear, it was fury. He did not retreat into the shadows. Instead, he did the opposite. The smoke from Cherry Mountain, which had always been a steady wisp, now billowed into a column. He built new stills, bigger and more efficient. He hired more men. He doubled his production. He was no longer just supplying a thirsty region. He was building an empire in open defiance of the United States government. The warnings started as quiet whispers. His own wife, who had stood by him through dozens of arrests, saw the new hardness in the eyes of the federal men who rode through the nearby towns. She would plead with him at night, by the firelight, her voice full of a fear he'd never heard before. "Amos," she would say, "this is different now. It's not a game anymore. They don't just want a fine, they want to see you broken." He would listen, pat her hand, and tell her that a man who bows to a bully invites him to kick again. The whispers grew louder in the community. Friends who had celebrated his audacity now pulled him aside with worried looks. They spoke of revenuers threatening local farmers for information, of a new, ruthless pressure being applied to the entire area. Just lay low for a while, Amos, they'd advise. Let the heat die down. Make your run, but do it quiet-like. They were counseling survival, the ancient mountain art of bending like a sapling in a storm so as not to break. But Amos Owens was no sapling. He was a great old oak, and he would not bend. He saw their pleas for caution as a step towards surrender. To him, this was no longer about a single man's still. It was about the soul of the mountains. He told them that if he backed down, the federal men would come for them next. He preached his gospel of defiance, arguing that the only way to meet a threat is to stand taller and look it square in the eye. His pride had now transformed into a righteous cause. The ultimate act of defiance was his next 4th of July celebration. Where others saw a reason for caution, Amos saw a stage. He sent out word. The party on Cherry Mountain would be bigger than ever before. It became a public spectacle, an open challenge broadcast across the state. He wasn't just inviting his friends and customers. He was taunting the Bureau of Internal Revenue. He was turning his defiance into a beacon, daring them to try and extinguish it in front of thousands of his supporters. With every warning he ignored, every plea for moderation he dismissed, the path forward narrowed until there was only one way it could go. He had become a symbol, a living embodiment of the mountain spirit, and the government could not allow such a symbol to stand. He was isolating himself on a peak of his own making, a king so confident in his fortress that he could no longer see the army gathering at its gates. A violent outcome was no longer a risk. It was a certainty he himself was inviting. The day before the 4th of July dawned clear and bright over Cherry Mountain. The air was already electric with anticipation. Wagons were being moved into place. Barrels of cherry bounce were rolled out from the cellar, and the sound of hammers echoed as a stage was built for the fiddlers. This was to be Amos Owens' masterpiece of defiance, the grandest celebration he had ever hosted. But as the sun reached its zenith, a lone rider was seen making his way steadily up the mountain path. It wasn't a posse. It was the familiar, weary face of an old federal marshal, a man who had arrested Amos more than once in the bygone days of their gentleman's feud. He didn't come with warrants or weapons. He dismounted, met Amos near the Great Log Hall, and spoke not as a lawman, but as one man to another. He explained that the world had changed. The new men in charge in Raleigh and Washington saw Amos not as a local character, but as the leader of an insurrection. They were coming, he warned, not for a token arrest, but to crush him completely. "They're just waiting for this party, Amos," the marshal said, his voice low. "They'll use the crowd as an excuse. They'll say it was a riot. Men are going to get hurt." Then came the final, clear off-ramp, the last chance for peace. "Cancel it," the marshal pleaded, "just for this year. Send everyone home. Show them you're not looking for a fight. If you do this, I can go back and tell them the threat is over. We can go back to the way things were. It's your last chance to put the genie back in the bottle." It was a surprisingly fair offer. It was a path away from the cliff's edge. All he had to do was swallow his pride. For a long moment, Amos Owens was silent. You can just imagine him, standing there on his mountain, the smell of his life's work all around him. He likely looked at his home, at the preparations for the festival, at the faces of his kin. He had to have felt the weight of the choice before him, the safety of his family versus the defiant code that had defined his entire life. The marshal's offer was reasonable. It was wise. But to Amos, it sounded like the clatter of chains. He finally turned his gaze from his home and met the marshal's eyes. The internal struggle was over. "A man doesn't send his guests home," Amos said, his voice as firm as the mountain beneath his feet, "just because an uninvited stranger is threatening to kick down the door. The party goes on." With that, the last bridge to peace was burned. He had been offered a truce, and had chosen war. The old marshal simply nodded, a look of profound sadness on his face, and rode away, leaving the cherry-bounce king alone on his throne, waiting for the inevitable storm he had personally summoned. The 4th of July on Cherry Mountain was a roaring sea of humanity. The fiddles screamed, the banjos rang, and the rhythmic stomp of dancing feet shook the very ground. Above it all was the booming laughter of Amos Owens, a king in his element, ladling out his ruby-red elixir. But as the afternoon sun began to dip, a different sound drifted up from the base of the mountain, the cold, rhythmic clink of metal and the steady tramp of marching feet. A long column of federal agents and deputized men, armed and determined, was ascending the slope. The music faltered, then died. A wave of silence rolled through the crowd as all eyes turned to the approaching force. The world for Amos Owens narrowed to the sight of those grim-faced men, their polished badges glinting in the sun. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion. He stood his ground behind his barrels, not with a weapon in his hand, but with the full weight of his defiance in his posture. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with the energy of 1,000 held breaths. A federal captain stepped forward, a warrant held out like a weapon, and his voice cut through the stillness, demanding surrender. Amos' reply was not a shout, but a low, firm refusal that was heard by every person on that mountaintop. And in that instant, the simmering tension that had built for years finally boiled over. The captain gave a signal, and the line of lawmen surged forward. The crowd, loyal and fueled by Cherry Bounce, pushed back. What happened next wasn't a battle of neat lines and clear commands. It was a chaotic, swirling vortex of human bodies. The world became a blur of motion and a cacophony of shouts. From Amos' perspective, it must have been a maelstrom. The celebration he had built, a symbol of his independence, had become a scene of pandemonium. An argument that had raged for a decade in courtrooms and whispers was suddenly, violently being settled with fists and clubs. The sharp, percussive sound of an intervention echoed through the holler, a sound that cut through the noise and hung in the air like a final, dreadful punctuation mark. In the heart of the chaos, Amos himself was the primary target. He was swarmed, not as a respected elder, but as the ringleader of a mob. He felt the grasp of rough hands, the impact of a world turned hostile. The final, visceral sensation was not one of his choosing. The vibrant festival, the pinnacle of his lifelong defiance, was over. The argument that had defined his life had been answered not with words, but with overwhelming force. The chilling silence that followed the main event was broken only by the groans of the injured and the curt, metallic orders of the federal agents who were now, finally, masters of the mountain. The world came back into focus slowly for Amos Owens, through a haze of shock and the dull ache of struggle. The roar of the crowd had been replaced by a grim quiet, punctuated by the sharp orders of federal officers. His great hall, a place of joyous celebration just an hour before, was a scene of wreckage. Overturned benches, smashed jugs, and the dark, sticky pools of spilled cherry bounce littered the ground. He wasn't a king surveying his court. He was a prisoner standing in the ruins of his own kingdom. There was no regret in his heart. There was no fear. There was only a cold, profound rage that settled deep in his bones. This was the ultimate violation. To be manhandled, overpowered, and subdued on his own land, in front of his own people, it was a humiliation worse than any fine or prison sentence. The final insult came with a sharp, metallic click. The cold iron of the handcuffs closing around his wrists was a sound louder and more final than any gunshot. On the very spot where he had freely dispensed his hospitality, his freedom was now completely and utterly taken away. His next move was not his own. Flanked by armed guards, he began the long walk down the mountain. This was the path he had climbed as a boy and ruled as a king, a path every stone of which he knew by heart. Now he walked it in chains.
He passed his home, catching a glimpse of his wife's face, pale and stricken, in the doorway. He passed neighbors who looked on with a mixture of pity and awe. He did not lower his head. Pride was the one thing they could not take from him, and he carried it like a shield, his back straight, his eyes fixed forward.
At the base of the mountain, a government wagon waited. As he was loaded into the back, he took one last look at his domain. The sun was setting behind Cherry Mountain, casting long shadows across the hollows. The crowds were gone. The music was gone. The smoke from his stills was extinguished. The king was being exiled from his kingdom. As the wagon lurched forward and began the journey toward a federal jail, Amos Owens knew this was the end of the road. His active defiance was over. All that remained were the consequences. The fall of a king is never a quiet thing, and the silence that fell over Cherry Mountain was a heavy, suffocating blanket.
The wreckage left behind wasn't just in the smashed stills and splintered barrels. It was in the lives of every person Amos Owens had touched. For his wife and children, the world had been turned upside down. The provider was gone, the income had vanished, and the home that was once a fortress of local pride was now a landmark of federal victory. The name Owens, once spoken with respect, now became a brand, a name whispered in conjunction with violence, arrest, and ruin. They were left to face the cold stares of the law and the uncertain pity of their neighbors, all while trying to scratch a living from a mountain that now seemed haunted by loss. The community itself bore a deep and festering wound. Many who had attended the celebration were arrested or injured in the chaos. Families were thrown into turmoil, trying to pay fines or tend to the wounded. The raid had been a brutal lesson from the government. This is what happens when you follow a rebel. The fierce unity that Amos had commanded was shattered and replaced by a gnawing fear. Who would be next? The raid had driven a wedge of distrust into the heart of the mountain, turning a proud and defiant community into a collection of frightened individuals, wary of their neighbors and terrified of the law. The economic engine Amos had built sputtered and died. The farmers who had relied on him to buy their surplus corn were left with a product they couldn't easily sell. The men who had worked his stills were suddenly without employment, their families facing a hard winter with no income. The flow of cash that had trickled down from Cherry Mountain, oiling the gears of the local economy, dried up completely. His defiance had brought prosperity, but his fall brought a poverty that was just as widespread. He had been the trunk of a great tree, and the federal axe had not just felled him, but had left the entire forest around him to wither. The tragedy of Amos Owens was not that he was arrested. It was that his personal war had so many civilian casualties. His pride demanded a grand public stand, but it was his family, his friends, and his neighbors who were left to pay the price for it. He had built a kingdom and invited his people to celebrate within its walls, never imagining that when the walls came crashing down, they would be the ones crushed beneath the stones. The party was over, but the hangover would last for a generation. Amos Owens, the king of Cherry Mountain, was brought to a kingdom where he held no power, a federal courtroom. The space itself was an assault on everything he knew. The air was stale, the light was filtered through dusty windows, and the walls were made of cold plaster and dark polished wood, a world away from the open sky and living timber of his home. Here, he was not a respected elder or a master craftsman. He was simply the defendant, a name stripped of all honor and history. The prosecution, methodical and relentless, painted a picture not of a folk hero, but of a calculated criminal. They spoke of tax evasion, conspiracy, and most damningly, of inciting a riot and assaulting federal officers in the execution of their duties. They presented evidence, the shattered remnants of his stills, the testimony of injured agents, and the sheer scale of his operation. To the court, the case was simple. Here was a man who had grown wealthy by openly flouting the laws of the United States and had met the consequences with violence. His defense, when it came, was not a denial, but a declaration. Amos and his lawyer didn't argue the facts.
They argued a whole different kind of truth. They spoke of a man's right to his own land and the fruits of his own labor. They spoke of a tradition older than the federal government itself. When asked to account for his actions, Amos' logic was baffling to the court and perfectly clear to his people. It was his corn.
It was his mountain. It was his craft. He wasn't breaking the law. He was living by a different one, a code of self-sufficiency and honor that the men in their starched collars could never comprehend. It was a clash of two Americas in a single room. Back in the mountains, the trial was seen as a foregone conclusion, a piece of political theater. They saw Amos not as a criminal, but as a martyr. He was their champion, captured and put on display by an invading army that called itself the law. His guilt was irrelevant to them. His cause was everything. They knew the court would never understand that the real crime in their eyes had been the government's intrusion, the desecration of his craft, and the violent end to a peaceful celebration. The verdict, when it came, was swift and certain. In the eyes of federal law, there was no ambiguity. Amos Owens was guilty on all counts. The judge, determined to make an example of the so-called Cherry Bounce King, delivered a sentence meant to echo through every hidden hollow in Appalachia. A long, sobering term in a federal penitentiary. And so, the law had its judgment. A man who broke the statutes was punished according to the letter of those statutes. But was it justice? For the people of Cherry Mountain, the answer was a bitter no. A system that could not distinguish between a craftsman and a criminal, that could not understand the difference between profit and survival, was not a system of justice. It was just a system of power. The gavel had fallen, but the verdict only deepened the divide between the mountains and the flatlands, leaving a scar of resentment that would not heal for a very long time. And what of the men who brought the king down? What of the federal agents, the new breed of lawmen who had turned a gentleman's game into a brutal war? You might expect a story like this to end with them meeting some form of mountain justice, a karmic balancing of the scales. But the world, especially the world of government and law, rarely works like a folk ballad. The men who led the raid on Cherry Mountain didn't face consequences. They received commendations. From their perspective, and from the perspective of their superiors in Washington, the operation was a resounding success. They had targeted the most famous, most defiant moonshiner in the state, and had dismantled his empire in a single afternoon. They had enforced federal law, quelled a riot, and sent a clear, unambiguous message to every distiller operating in the shadows. In their reports, Amos Owens was a criminal mastermind, and they were the brave heroes who had restored order. They were rewarded with promotions, with praise, and with the satisfaction of a job well done. They were gears in a vast, impersonal machine, and that machine had just proven its power. Their victory, however, was a sterile one. They had won the battle, but in doing so, they had salted the earth of the battlefield. They didn't end moonshining in the mountains, they just made it quieter, more secretive, and more deeply entangled with a culture of resentment. They had created a martyr. For every large public still they smashed, a dozen smaller hidden ones were built in its place, their operators now working with a grim determination born of hatred for the law. The government had proven it could crush one man, but it had also proven that it had no understanding of the people it was trying to govern. The fate of the antagonist, the system, was to grow larger and more powerful, yet more alienated than ever from the heart of the nation it claimed to serve. And that, in its own way, is a kind of failure that no commendation can erase. Years passed, as they do in the mountains, smoothing the sharp edges of memory like water over stone. Amos Owens eventually walked out of the federal penitentiary, a free man, but no longer a king. He was an old man now, the fire that had once burned so brightly banked to a low, quiet coal. He returned to Cherry Mountain, but the kingdom was gone. He lived out the rest of his days quietly, a living ghost of his former self, surrounded by the silence of a legacy that was too grand and too painful to speak of aloud.
The name Owens became a kind of mountain ghost itself, a name that carried the weight of both glory and ruin. His descendants were left to navigate a world that saw them as the children of a legend, and legends cast long, cold shadows. Some moved away, hoping to build lives free from the constant echo of their famous ancestors' rise and fall. Those who stayed lived quieter lives, becoming farmers and laborers, their hands in the soil instead of in the corn mash. The grand dynasty of the Cherry Bounce King ended with him. The recipe was lost to time, and the art died with the artisan. The community healed, but like any deep wound, it left a permanent scar. The great roaring celebrations on Cherry Mountain were never spoken of loudly again. They passed into the realm of myth, a story old men would tell their grandsons with a sad shake of their heads, a cautionary tale about a time when giants walked the earth and were struck down by lightning from a distant government. The open, proud defiance that Amos had championed was buried under a heavy blanket of silence. Moonshining continued, of course, but it was driven deeper into the darkest hollows, a grim business of survival, not a craft of celebration. In the vacuum left by Amos' fall, the power dynamics of the region shifted. With the king deposed, the kingdom fractured. The era of the grand festive moonshiner was over. It was replaced by a new generation who worked in fear and dealt in violence. Men who didn't command the respect of their community and saw the law not as a rival, but as an enemy to be met with deadly force. The government, in its attempt to stamp out a folk hero, had inadvertently created a landscape ripe for common criminals. They had traded a charismatic king for 100 petty warlords, and the mountains became a more dangerous, less honorable place because of it. If you go to Rutherford County today and mention the name Amos Owens, you won't be met with a blank stare. His name is as much a part of the landscape as Cherry Mountain itself, the peak that still bears his story. You can visit his final resting place, a weathered tombstone that states the simple facts of his birth and death, but tells nothing of the fire that burned in between. Some old-timers claim that if you know just where to look, deep in the woods on the mountain slope, you can find the faint outline of a foundation, the scattered stones that were once the hearth of a king. But what people really search for on that mountain isn't stone, it's treasure. The most enduring myth of Amos Owens is that he never trusted banks. The considerable profits from his 60-year career, the story goes, were packed into mason jars and iron pots and buried in secret caches all over the mountain. To this day, the legend of the Cherry Bounce King's fortune persists. Treasure hunters, armed with metal detectors and old maps, still comb those slopes, digging in the red clay, hoping to unearth a piece of the outlaw's legacy. More enduring than any buried treasure, though, are the stories. In the telling, the hard edges of the man have been worn smooth by time. He is remembered not as the tax evader who sparked a riot, but as the generous king who held a feast for his people. He's become a Robin Hood of the Blue Ridge, a symbol of defiance against an unjust system. His story is told as a cautionary tale to children about the dangers of pride, but it's told with a wink and a smile, a clear undercurrent of admiration for the man who dared to stand his ground. And that is why his ghost still walks these mountains. It's not the spirit of a man, but the spirit of an idea. The name Amos Owens has become an echo of that old, unbending mountain code of independence. To speak his name is to speak of a time when a man could declare his own land a sovereign nation and rule it with generosity and an iron will. He is the physical embodiment of the stubborn, defiant, and fiercely loyal character that defines the very soul of Appalachia. Amos Owens. The man has been dust for over a century. But the spirit of the Cherry Bounce King, that spirit is as potent and intoxicating as the liqueur he once brewed. It's woven into the very fabric of those hills, a permanent reminder that some men are too big for the laws of their time. For better or for worse, he still haunts the mountains. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning, standing at the foot of that old mountain.
Was Amos Owens a hero or a villain? The law has its simple answer. He was a criminal, a tax evader who paid the price for his crimes. His people have theirs. He was a king, a generous folk hero who stood up for their way of life. But the truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more human. Amos Owens wasn't a hero or a villain. He was a relic of a dying age, a man whose mountain code was being crushed by the relentless march of a modern nation. In the end, the Ballad of Amos Owens is a story about pride. It was a pride as pure and potent as the whiskey he distilled. It drove him to master his craft, to provide for his family, and to build a community around the fire of his generosity. But that same unbending pride made him blind. It blinded him to the changing world. It made him deaf to the warnings of those who loved him, and it demanded a sacrifice that was not his alone to make. His greatest strength, that absolute refusal to bow, became the fatal flaw that brought his entire kingdom crashing down into the dirt. He was a man who stood for the timeless values of independence, craftsmanship, and community. But he stood so tall that he became a target, and in his fall, he reminds us that even the strongest oak on the mountain can be felled by the patient axe of the outside world. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Cherry Bounce King, a man who would give away his finest liquor for free, but would not surrender a single drop of his pride to any law under heaven. Imagine waking one morning to find a bundle of freshly cut willow branches tied to your front door. In the lawless hills of 19th century Kentucky, this wasn't a gift. It was an ultimatum, a final warning from a secret army that judged you in the dead of night. They called themselves the White Caps, angels of justice who promised to bring order to a land drowning in chaos. But the whispers that still echo through these hollers tell a different story. A story of how saviors became monsters and how the quest for justice turned into a thirst for blood and power. How did a committee of concerned farmers become a hooded terror that ruled by the whip and the rope? Today, we separate the legend from the brutal truth and uncover the story of the Whitehead clan. To understand the White Caps, you first have to understand their world. Picture the mountains of eastern Kentucky in the years after the Civil War. This wasn't just a place, it was a world apart, a labyrinth of fog-shrouded hollows and impassable ridges that kept the modern world at bay. Life here was governed not by clocks or calendars, but by the rising of the sun and the turning of the seasons. Families lived on isolated farmsteads, miles from their nearest neighbor, carving out a life from the stubborn, rocky soil. The creek was their water, the forest their larder, and the Bible their law. The people who called these mountains home were a proud and fiercely independent stock. They were veterans of a bitter war, farmers and blacksmiths who asked for little and expected even less from outsiders. Their lives were hard, a constant struggle against the elements and the land itself, but there was an honesty to it. A man's worth was measured by the strength of his hands and the truth of his word. They wanted nothing more than to raise their children, work their land, and be left in peace under the watchful eye of God. But a shadow was falling over this simple life. In the dark corners of this isolated world, a rot had begun to set in. With no effective law to speak of, the worst of human nature was allowed to fester. There were the drunks, who would trade their family's last bit of flour for a jug of corn liquor. There were the petty thieves who would steal a neighbor's livestock in the dead of night, knowing there would be no consequences. And there were the family tyrants, men who ruled their homes with a fist, whose wives and children suffered in terrified silence. For these people, justice was a distant rumor, a story told about faraway cities. The local sheriff was often a man who either lacked the courage to enforce the law or was corrupt enough to ignore it for a price. To take a grievance to the county court was an expensive days-long journey that most couldn't afford,
and even then, a mountain man's word meant little to a flatland judge. Honest, hard-working families felt powerless, watching as the fabric of their community was torn apart by men who feared neither God nor government. A quiet desperation began to settle over the valleys. It was a feeling shared in hushed conversations around the pot-bellied stove at the general store and in prayers whispered in small, clapboard churches. People felt abandoned, left to fend for themselves against the growing chaos. And in that fertile ground of fear and frustration, a dangerous seed was planted. It was the old mountain idea that when the law fails, men must make their own. They didn't know it yet, but they weren't just seeking justice. They were about to unleash a terror far worse than anything they had ever known. The change didn't happen overnight. It didn't start with a gunshot or a hanging, but with a whisper. A whisper that traveled from farm to farm, a shared frustration that finally found a voice in a secret meeting in an old barn. They were respected men, farmers, veterans, even a preacher or two, men who had simply had enough. They decided that if the law wouldn't protect their families, they would become the law. They took a name for themselves, the White Caps, and for their uniform, they chose the simplest, most terrifying disguise imaginable, a plain white sack with holes cut for eyes. Their first target was a man known throughout the valley for his drunken cruelty, a man who beat his wife and starved his children while he spent his days in a stupor. One morning, he awoke to find that silent message on his door, a bundle of willow switches. It was a clear ultimatum, understood by everyone in the mountains. Straighten up or face the consequences. The man, arrogant in his belief that no one would dare challenge him, laughed it off. He threw the branches into his fire and went back to his bottle. It was the last mistake he would ever make in that county. A few nights later, the community learned what happened when a warning was ignored. A procession of silent riders, their faces hidden beneath those stark white hoods, descended on the man's cabin. There were no shouts, no threats. They moved with a chilling purpose, pulling the terrified man from his bed. They dragged him out into the cold night air, his wife's pleas echoing unanswered in the darkness. They tied him to a tree and one by one took up the same kind of willow switches he had burned and delivered their brutal judgment. It wasn't just a beating, it was a ritual of public shaming, a message delivered not only to him, but to everyone. When it was over, they gave him a new ultimatum: be gone by sunrise, or they would return. The next morning, the man, broken and bleeding, gathered his few belongings and left the county forever. And a strange quiet fell over the valley. The theft stopped. The town drunkards stayed home. For the first time in years, there was a sense of order. The White Caps had proven that their methods worked. They had tasted power, the absolute power to inspire fear and enforce their will. And in that moment of victory, without realizing it, they had crossed a line from which there was no return. The first drops of blood had been spilled not to kill, but to correct. Yet they had watered a seed that would soon grow into a monstrous tree. The taste of power is a poison, and it didn't take long for it to blacken the souls of the White Caps. The original mission of punishing drunks and thieves was forgotten, replaced by a much more profitable enterprise: fear for hire. Now, a man could pay the clan to settle a land dispute in his favor. A jealous husband could arrange a visit for a rival. The white hood was no longer a symbol of justice. It had become a mask for greed, revenge, and pure, unadulterated terror. The willow switch was no longer enough. The lessons they taught now were final. Their new reign was cemented not by punishing the guilty, but by making an example of the innocent. Consider the story of a farmer, a man respected for his honesty and hard work. His only crime was courage. He had stood up in a public place and called the White Caps what they had become, a gang of cowardly bandits who hid their faces. He refused to join them, refused to be silent. He knew the risk,
but his mountain pride would not let him bow to them. The Whitecaps heard his words, and a death sentence was passed in the shadows. One moonless night, the family's dogs, usually fierce protectors, let out a single terrified yelp before falling silent. A moment later, the cabin door didn't just open, it exploded inward, splintering off its leather hinges. Silent figures, more like ghosts than men in their white hoods, filled the small room. They said nothing. They simply pointed a finger at the father of the house, who had just sat up in his bed. The children, frozen in terror in their small cots, could only see flickering shadows and hear the sounds of a nightmare that would be seared into their memory forever. His wife threw herself at the intruders, begging, pleading, but she was thrown aside like a rag doll. They dragged the man from his home, his bare feet scraping on the cold, hard-packed dirt of the yard. His family was forced to remain inside the cabin, captives in their own home, made to watch through the shattered doorway. They saw the torchlight glinting on a rope as it was thrown over the thick branch of an old oak tree. They were being made to bear witness. This wasn't just a murder, it was a lesson, and his family were the first pupils. The children covered their ears, but it did no good. The night was filled with the sounds of a brief, desperate struggle, a man's choked gasps for air, and then a sickening, heavy snap that echoed through the hollow. After that, nothing. Just the creak of the rope and the chirping of the crickets, who seemed entirely indifferent to the horror that had just unfolded. The world had turned into a hell of screams, followed by a ringing, absolute silence that was somehow even worse. The hooded figures didn't linger. They melted back into the woods as silently as they had come, leaving the torch sputtering in the dirt. They left behind a grieving family and a dark shape twisting gently in the night breeze. When the first grey light of dawn touched the mountain, the neighbors would find the scene. They would see the unspeakable trophy hanging from that oak tree, and they would understand the Whitecaps' new gospel. Keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, because in these mountains, speaking the truth was a sin punishable by death. When the sun finally rose, its light did little to chase away the darkness. It only served to illuminate the horror. The first neighbor to pass by stopped dead in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. He didn't run for the sheriff. He didn't cry out in alarm. He simply turned his wagon around and went to fetch other men, speaking in low, grim whispers. There was no question of who had done this. The sight of the body, a terrible monument to the price of defiance, was a signature left by the Whitecaps. Quietly, with grim reverence, the men cut him down and carried him back to his grieving family, their faces hard masks of fear and fury they dared not express. For the widow and her children, the world had ended. Their home was no longer a sanctuary, but a tomb haunted by the final moments of a man they loved. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside was a fresh wave of terror. They couldn't stay. There was no justice to be found here, only the constant, suffocating presence of the murderers, who could be any of the men they saw every day. Their fight was not for justice, but for survival. Within a week, they packed what little they could carry, abandoned the farm their family had worked for generations, and disappeared, becoming refugees from their own home. Their departure sent a clear message to the entire county. The Whitecaps had won. A thick, suffocating blanket of silence fell over the hills and hollows. No one spoke of the murder above a whisper, and never to an outsider. The code of silence was now absolute. A new, more insidious fear took root, a paranoia that turned neighbor against neighbor. Who was hiding beneath those hoods? The man who sold you flour at the general store? The blacksmith who shod your horse? Even the preacher who spoke of God's law on Sunday? You could trust no one. An invisible empire was being built, and its mortar was the blood of good men. The local sheriff eventually rode out to the abandoned farmstead. He looked at the rope burns on the oak branch, asked a few half-hearted questions to neighbors who suddenly couldn't remember a thing,
and wrote a report he knew would lead nowhere. Perhaps he was a coward, too afraid of the hooded men to conduct a real investigation. Or perhaps, and this was the most chilling thought of all, he was one of them, his badge just another mask he wore during the day. His visit was a formality, a hollow gesture that only proved one thing: the law of men had no power here anymore. The hunt for the culprits never began. How could it? You can't arrest a ghost, and the Whitecaps had become something more than men in the terrified minds of the people. They were specters of vengeance, ghost riders who emerged from the night fog to enforce their own brutal commandments. The story of the murdered farmer became a cautionary tale whispered to children, a local legend born from a truth too terrible to confront directly. The ashes of his life had fertilized the soil of their fear, and from it, the Whitecaps' reign of terror would grow unopposed, casting a long, dark shadow over the mountains. Terror cannot last forever. Eventually, a monster will devour itself. The Whitecaps grew too bold, too greedy, and their violence became indiscriminate. When they murdered the family of a state legislator over a petty land dispute, they finally crossed a line that even the cowed local authorities couldn't ignore. The outside world came flooding into the mountains, not with sheriffs this time, but with stone-faced U.S. Marshals and companies of the National Guard, men who didn't know the local families and who weren't scared of shadows in the night. Arrests were finally made, and the stage was set for a trial that would pit the law of the state against the law of the clan. The county courthouse became the center of a storm. The small town swelled with newspaper reporters from as far away as Cincinnati, with curious onlookers who wanted a glimpse of the monsters, and with the grim-faced families of both the victims and the accused. Armed guards stood on the courthouse roof, their rifles glinting in the sun, a clear sign that this was not ordinary justice. It was a war being fought in a courtroom. Inside, the air was thick with tension and sweat. Every man on the jury knew his decision would follow him home. They knew that no matter what the verdict, they would have to live with the consequences in a land where memories are long and grudges are passed down like heirlooms. The prosecution's case seemed impossible. How could you convict men when every witness was paralyzed by fear? The answer came in the form of a captured white cap, a young man facing the gallows who was offered a deal, his life for his testimony. The dam of silence finally broke. He was brought into the courtroom in chains, and with a trembling hand, he pointed out his former brothers. He named the leaders, described the secret oaths, and recounted the grim details of their night rides. You can just imagine the scene. A man confessing his sins, his voice cracking, while across the room, the men he condemned stared at him with a look of pure, cold hatred that promised a retribution beyond any courtroom's power. The defendants themselves were a portrait of mountain defiance. They weren't cowering criminals. Many of them, particularly the leaders, sat with a quiet, arrogant dignity. They stared back at the jury, not with remorse, but with contempt, as if they were the true judges in the room. In their eyes, they weren't murderers. They were soldiers who had brought order to a lawless land. And this trial was nothing more than a betrayal by the Flatlanders who didn't understand their ways. Their leader, a man known for his cunning and ruthlessness, barely paid attention, projecting an unnerving calm, confident that the web of fear he had spun for years would hold firm. Finally, the jury delivered its verdict. The room held its breath. For the men who were merely followers, the enforcers who carried out the orders, the verdict was guilty. Sentences of life in prison and the hangman's noose were handed down. A quiet wave of relief and victory washed over the prosecution and the families of the victims. But then the jury foreman came to the last name, the mastermind, the man who had orchestrated the entire reign of terror. After a long pause, the words echoed in the stunned silence. Not guilty. A collective gasp filled the room. The architect of it all, protected by intimidated witnesses and a terrified jury, stood up, gave a slight nod to his lawyer, and walked out of the courtroom a free man, disappearing into the same mountains he had terrorized. Was this justice? A few branches of the poisoned tree had been lopped off, but the root was left untouched, allowed to burrow back into the dark soil. The trial had proven that the law of men could reach into the mountains, but it also showed its limits. It could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the king. For the people who had to go back to their isolated farms, the fear didn't end that day. It just took on a new, more patient form. The Whitecaps were broken as an organization, but their shadow remained, a permanent reminder of a time when justice wore a white hood and innocence was no protection at all. The trials that broke the Whitecaps are now just faded ink in dusty courthouse ledgers. The men who were sent to the gallows have long since turned to dust, their names a footnote in a violent chapter of Kentucky's history. But what of the leader, the man who walked free? He returned to his mountain home and lived out the rest of his days. Officially, he died a peaceful old man in his own bed. But the old-timers in these mountains tell a different story. They say that while the law of men couldn't touch him, the justice of the mountains is patient. They whisper that his final years were haunted by the faces of those he condemned, and that his name, once spoken with fear, is now spoken with a quiet, knowing curse. The scars left by the Whitecaps run deeper than a single generation. To this day, there are family names in those hollows that carry the weight of that time. Descendants of the Whitecaps live alongside the descendants of their victims. The story is a ghost that sits at their dinner tables. For some, it's a source of quiet shame, a dark secret to be kept buried. For others, it's a painful heirloom, a reminder of a resilience forged in terror and loss. The blood feuds may be over, but the memory lingers in the bloodline, a quiet rift that separates neighbor from neighbor even now. You can still find the physical traces of that time if you know where to look. The old county courthouse still stands, its brick walls a silent witness to the drama that unfolded within. On a quiet afternoon, you can almost hear the echoes of the prosecutor's accusations and feel the weight of the jury's fear. Not far from there, in a small, overgrown cemetery, you can find the tombstones of the men the Whitecaps murdered. The weathered inscriptions are simple and direct, telling you the day they were born and the day they died, but they leave out the most important part of the story: how they died and why. The oak tree where the farmer was hanged may or may not still stand, but its legend does, a dark landmark in the collective memory of the community. Most people have forgotten this story. The world has moved on, and the violent nights of the Whitecaps seem like a tale from another world. But the mountains remember. They hold these stories in the deep shadows of their hollows and in the rustle of the leaves on a moonless night. The official histories may have been written, but the true story, the human story of terror, courage, and survival, is preserved in the oral tradition passed down from one generation to the next. It has become a part of the landscape itself, a ghost that walks these hills, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting in the silence to be heard. So we come back to the question we started with, the one that hangs over this entire story like a mountain fog. How did a group of men who only wanted to protect their families become the very monsters they sought to destroy? The answer is as simple as it is terrifying. The Whitecaps weren't born evil. They were created by a vacuum, a space where law and order had died, and something had to take its place. They set out to be the cure, but without any checks on their power, the cure became a poison far deadlier than the disease. They learned that the power to punish is the power to control, and the power to control is the most addictive drug on earth. This isn't just a story about a band of hooded night riders from a bygone era. It's a timeless warning about the darkness that lies dormant in the human heart, waiting for the right circumstances to be unleashed. It's a testament to the fact that the road to hell is truly paved with good intentions. The Whitecaps are a brutal lesson in how easily the thirst for justice can curdle into a lust for blood, and how the hero who slays the dragon can, in time, grow scales of his own. It's a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, yes, but it reveals the dark side of that spirit, a fierce, unforgiving independence that, when twisted, respects no law but its own. The men who wore those white hoods are long gone. The ropes have rotted, and the willow trees they used for their warnings have grown old and died. But the story remains. It's been passed down, whispered from father to son, a chilling bedtime story that just happens to be true. It serves as a permanent reminder, etched into the very soul of these mountains, that the most dangerous men are often those who believe they are doing God's work. They teach us that fear is the cruelest of masters, and that true justice can never, ever be found hiding behind a mask. For 3 days in the summer of 1889, the town of Hazard, Kentucky, was a war zone. The courthouse wasn't a place of law, but a brick fortress under siege. An army of nearly 100 men, led by a hired killer known only as Bad Tom Smith, had come to take the town by force, and the streets echoed with the constant crack of Winchester rifles. The newspapers called it the bloody end of a clan feud over money and power. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth was deeper, rooted in honor, betrayal, and a code of justice written in blood. Today, we're going to separate the gun smoke from the legend. We'll find out how a political dispute exploded into open warfare, and how one man's death on the gallows marked the end of an entire era in Appalachia. Before the bullets flew, Hazard, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, nestled deep in the rugged heart of Perry County. This wasn't a peaceful mountain hollow, it was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The hills were rich with timber and the black promise of coal, and the man who controlled the town controlled that wealth. Here, power wasn't held by a mayor in a starched collar. Power was the sheriff who was your kin, the judge who owed you a favor, and a rifle that never missed its mark. The air was thick with the tension of a storm that had been gathering for years. On one side stood the French clan. They were the old guard of Appalachia, people whose roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks. They lived and breathed the unwritten laws of the mountains. Honor was more valuable than gold. An insult to your family was an act of war, and you settled your debts yourself, blood for blood. Led by Joseph C. French, they saw Perry County as their birthright, a sacred trust passed down through generations. To them, the coming of new laws and outside money felt like an invasion. Challenging them were the Eversoles and their powerful allies, the Combs family. They were the new force, more ambitious, more connected to the changing world beyond the mountains. Their unofficial leader, Josiah Combs, was a shrewd politician who saw a future paved with railroads and fueled by coal money. They believed the old ways of the French clan were holding the county back. They wanted to bring in progress, even if it meant tearing down the old world to build their new one. There was no middle ground in Hazard. You were either with the French or you were with the Eversoles. Every election for sheriff became an armed standoff. Every court case was a test of loyalty. The town was split down the middle, a simmering cauldron of suspicion and whispered threats. You chose your side, and you prayed it was the winning one. The official story says their feud was born of politics and greed, a fight for control of the county's resources. But the mountains remember things the official records leave out. Old folks still whisper the other stories around the fire. Some say it all started when an Eversole man publicly shamed a woman from the French family, an unforgivable sin. Others talk of a high-stakes poker game where a deed to a valuable piece of land was lost on a crooked hand, and the argument that followed was settled with a pistol. Whatever the first spark was, it no longer mattered. A decade of bad blood, of small ambushes on lonely roads and threats exchanged on the courthouse steps, had turned the simmer into a rolling boil. These two families, these two visions of Appalachia, were on a collision course. and they were about to drag the entire town of Hazard into a war from which no one would walk away clean. The simmering feud had reached a stalemate of blood and fear. Ambushes on lonely roads and threats in crowded saloons were getting them nowhere. The French clan, feeling the pressure, realized that the old ways of fighting weren't enough. The Eversoles, with their political connections, were chipping away at their power. To win, they needed more than just loyal kinsmen. They needed a weapon, a human weapon who knew neither fear nor pity. And so, they sent out the call. They found him in the dark corners of the mountains, a man whose name was already a legend, whispered with a shudder, Tom Smith. But no one called him Tom. He was Bad Tom Smith. He wasn't a French by blood. He was a mercenary, a regulator they called them back then, an angel of death with a Winchester rifle. They said he was tall, silent, with eyes as cold and grey as a winter river. The stories claimed he killed his first man at 16 and could shoot the eye out of a squirrel in a thunderstorm. He wasn't just a gunman, he was a force of nature. The French clan didn't just hire him, they unleashed him. With the arrival of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard changed. The scattered violence stopped. In its place began a systematic campaign of terror. Smith became the marshal of the French clan, their chief enforcer, and he brought a cold, calculated brutality to the conflict. Their primary target was the heart of the Eversole power structure, Sheriff Joe Eversole and his deputies. The feud was no longer about honor, it was about extermination. The final line was crossed on a quiet evening, a moment that would be seared into the memory of Perry County forever. Nicholas Combs, a close and powerful ally of the Eversoles, was at home with his family. There was no warning, no challenge shouted in the street, just the sudden deafening blast of a rifle from the darkness. Nicholas Combs was shot dead on his own doorstep, in front of his wife and children. This wasn't a gunfight, it was an execution. The news spread through Hazard like a plague, and the town froze in a state of collective shock. For the Eversoles and their allies, grief was quickly replaced by a cold, hard rage. They now knew this was a fight to the death. The French clan had declared that there were no more rules, no more lines that wouldn't be crossed. The time for talking and maneuvering was over. They would fortify, they would arm themselves, and they would prepare for the final battle. The summer of 1889 arrived with a suffocating heat, and with it, the final storm. The French clan decided the time for waiting was over. They were coming for Hazard. They didn't sneak in under the cover of darkness. Led by the cold-eyed Tom Smith, nearly 100 men marched into town in broad daylight. Their boots kicked up the dust of Main Street, the sun glinting off the barrels of the Winchesters resting on their shoulders. This wasn't an attack. It was an invasion. Warned of their approach, the Eversoles and their men had turned the brick courthouse into a fortress. The windows were no longer glass. They were dark, jagged mouths, framed with sandbags and rifle muzzles. Snipers lay waiting on the roof, their eyes scanning the streets below. The town held its breath, the silence stretched thin and tight, and then a single shot cracked the air. The world dissolved into a storm of lead. For the people of Hazard, not aligned with either clan, the world became a cage. Women dragged their children into root cellars, their hands pressed over their children's ears as if they could block out the sounds that would haunt them forever. The constant whine of bullets, the splintering of wood as a stray round tore through a porch railing, the sharp metallic clang of a slug embedding itself in a cast-iron stove. A farmer, caught on the wrong side of the street when the shooting began, made a desperate run for home. He didn't make it. His body lay in the dusty road, a grim testament that in this war there were no innocent bystanders. Through the haze of gunsmoke, across the bullet-scarred square, two men found each other. Bad Tom Smith, using a wooden post for cover, and Sheriff Joe Eversole, firing from a shattered courthouse window. It became a personal duel in the heart of the chaos. Bullets tore splinters from the wood, inches from Smith's head.
Brick dust exploded from the courthouse wall just beside the sheriff's face. This wasn't just a clan war anymore. It was a battle of two wills, two warriors deciding the fate of the town with every pull of the trigger. Day bled into night, and the shooting never truly stopped. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt black powder. Inside the courthouse, the last of the water was gone. Thirst became an enemy as deadly as the rifles outside. The French clan controlled the streets, but they couldn't breach the brick walls. The Eversoles held the fortress, but they couldn't break the siege. Hazard was a town held hostage by its own sons, a stalemate of iron and lead, where every sunrise brought the certainty of more death. The war had come, and it had consumed everything. It wasn't a bullet that ended the war. It was a sound that didn't belong in the mountains of Perry County, the steady, rhythmic tramp of disciplined boots on a dusty road. Word of the siege had finally reached the governor, and he had sent in the state militia. They marched into Hazard not as peacemakers, but as an occupying army, their blue uniforms and gleaming bayonets a shocking sight against the backdrop of the battered town. This was a force that answered to no clan, a law that could not be bought or intimidated. The crack of rifles faltered, then died out completely. A stunned silence fell over the streets. From the rooftops and shattered windows, the fighters of the French clan stared in disbelief. They were prepared to die fighting the Eversoles, but they had no plan for this. This was a power they couldn't comprehend. With their siege broken and a new, unstoppable enemy in their midst, they did the only thing they could. They melted back into the hills and hollows from which they came, vanishing like ghosts into the forest. Slowly, the doors of the courthouse creaked open. The Eversoles and their men emerged, blinking in the harsh sunlight, their faces grimed with sweat and gunpowder. They were the victors of the siege, but they surveyed their town with the eyes of defeated men. The streets were scarred, buildings were pocked with bullet holes, and in the silence, the cost of their victory was all too clear. The war was over, but Hazard was a wound that would take generations to heal. The state militia didn't care about old grudges or who fired the first shot. They came to restore order, and their justice was swift and impartial. Warrants were issued for men on both sides. The local law, which had been a tool of the clans for so long, was swept aside. One by one, the men who had turned Hazard into a battlefield were rounded up, their rifles replaced with iron shackles. The era of mountain law was being extinguished right before their eyes. But there was one man the state wanted more than any other. One name that became the symbol of the entire bloody feud: Bad Tom Smith. He was the hired gun, the merciless enforcer. To the state, he wasn't just a participant, he was the disease. A massive manhunt was launched, with a price on his head that echoed through every corner of Kentucky. The war for Hazard was over, but the hunt for Bad Tom Smith had just begun. Bad Tom Smith was finally captured, not in a blaze of glory, but quietly, cornered and out of options. The authorities knew a trial in Perry County would be a farce. No jury would dare convict him. They'd be too afraid of the French clan's retribution. So they took him away, far from the mountains that had been his hunting ground, to a place where the name Bad Tom Smith was just a headline in a newspaper, not a boogeyman in the night. His fate would be decided by the law of men, not the code of the mountains. The trial was a sensation, the greatest legal spectacle Kentucky had seen in years. The courtroom was packed every day. Farmers, lawyers, and ladies in fine hats all crowded onto the wooden benches, craning their necks to get a look at the legendary killer. Armed guards stood at every door, a visible sign that even here the fear of clan warfare lingered. This wasn't just a trial, it was a public dissection of the wild, violent world of the feuds, and the whole state was watching. But the man who sat in the defendant's chair was not the monster the crowd expected to see. The cold-eyed killer was gone. In his place sat a quiet, somber man. The stories that trickled out of the jail were bizarre. Bad Tom Smith, the terror of Hazard, had found God. He spent his days reading the Bible and praying with a preacher. Some in the courtroom smirked, calling it a desperate ploy for sympathy. But others who looked into his eyes saw not a cunning act, but a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past, a man preparing his soul for a final judgment. The prosecution painted him as the devil himself, a cold-blooded murderer for hire who brought a new level of savagery to an old feud. They paraded witnesses who spoke of his reign of terror, their voices shaking as they recalled the murder of Nicholas Combs. His defense lawyers tried to argue that he was merely a soldier in a war he didn't start, that in the mountains of Perry County, killing was just another tool of politics. But it was no use. The state didn't just want a conviction, it needed a symbol. The jury was out for less than 2 hours. When they filed back into the silent courtroom, their faces were stone. The foreman stood, unfolded a piece of paper, and in a clear voice that seemed to echo off the high ceilings, he pronounced the word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The judge banged his gavel, and when silence was restored, he passed the sentence. Bad. Tom Smith was to be taken from this place and hanged by the neck until dead. Was it justice? Perhaps. But as Bad Tom was led away in chains, a question hung in the air. The powerful men who had hired his gun, the clan leaders who had profited from the chaos and fanned the flames of hatred for years, they would face lesser charges or walk free altogether. The state needed to make an example, to prove that the age of the feudists was over. They needed a sacrifice on the altar of law and order, and they had found it in the one man whose reputation was black enough to carry the sins of all the others. With the death of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard was truly over. The iron fist of the state had crushed the feud. The French and Eversole clans, bled dry by the conflict and their leaders either imprisoned or disgraced, saw their power shatter. The future that the Eversoles had fought for, one of industry and outside investment, did come to pass, but it wasn't their victory. The coal companies and the railroads moved in, a force far more powerful than any mountain clan. They bought the land, built their towns, and established a new order that had no room for the old codes of honor and blood. The era of the clans was over. Today, Hazard is a modern town. The old brick courthouse, the fortress at the heart of the siege, is long gone, replaced by a newer building. People walk the square where the battle raged, conducting business, running errands, most of them completely unaware that they are treading on ground once soaked in blood and black powder. The bullet scars have been plastered over, the ghosts paved into the asphalt. The town moved on, as towns do, burying its violent past beneath a foundation of progress. But the mountains don't forget so easily. If you know where to look, the echoes remain. Drive about an hour north to the town of Jackson, where the hanging took place, and you can find a quiet cemetery. There, under the shade of an old tree, is a simple, weathered stone marker. It marks the final resting place of Bad Tom Smith. The most feared man in eastern Kentucky lies in a peaceful grave, a stark, silent contrast to the violent storm that was his life. It's a physical link, a tangible piece of the story you can still touch. The names French, Eversole, and Combs are still woven into the fabric of Perry County. You'll see them on mailboxes down quiet country roads and in the phone book. The descendants of these warring families are now neighbors. Their children play in the same schoolyards, and the great feud has faded into the realm of family legend. It's a story told by grandparents, a dark piece of folklore about a wilder time. The town may have forgotten the war, but in the hills and hollows, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that summer day in 1889. What was the Hazard War really about? Was it a fight for political office, a dispute over timber rights, or was it something deeper, something born from insulted honor or a crooked card game? In the end,
The answer is that it was all of those things, and none of them. The first spark, whatever it was, had long since been consumed by a firestorm of pride and revenge. This wasn't just a feud between two families. It was the last bloody battle of a dying world against the one that was coming to replace it. This is a story etched into the very soul of Appalachia. It's a story about the fierce, indomitable spirit of the mountain people, a spirit that values loyalty and honor above all else, but one that could also curdle into a cycle of brutal, self-destructive violence. The hanging of Bad Tom Smith was more than just the execution of a single man. It was a public and deliberate message from the state of Kentucky. The unwritten laws of the mountains were finished. The age of the clan, the feud, and the regulator was being buried, and from its grave would rise a new order of coal companies, railroads, and contracts. On the day of his execution, as he stood on the gallows, Bad Tom Smith looked out at the crowd that had gathered to see him die. He was calm. He had made his peace. Before the black hood was pulled over his head, he spoke his final words, a phrase that would become an Appalachian legend, capturing the tragedy and the strange redemption of his entire life. He said, "Bad Tom